All right, guys, we got a mega stream planned for you today. Oh boy. All right, here we go. We're about to get right into it. So I'm going to go into background real quick because we're about to hop into some calls. So for context, if this is your first time coming to the stream, my name is William Samasegi. I am building two companies on stream live every day at 11 a.m. Pacific. And if you are tuning back in, I appreciate you guys coming. To lay out the agenda for the stream today, uh, we're doing a lot of interviews. How are we going to find the best CTO for MyWorker? How are we going to scale up this company? Give you some quick background on the companies we're building live. One of them is a company called MyWorker AI. It's an AI sales team as a service. So if you're a founder and you want to get your product in the hands of people who want it, who need it, but you don't have the resources to go and recruit and scale a whole enterprise sales team, subscribe to MyWorker. So that is the product in a nutshell. It does outreach primarily over email today. Uh, Lots coming down the pipeline. If you want to see first thing of what's coming down the pipeline, then come to the stream, go to myworker.ai, giving you the context just so you know what we're going to be working on here, because that is very relevant to everything we're going to be doing later today. And then not as relevant to what we're working on today, but just to give you the context of the other company that we do work on stream. It's a company called SAS Mining in the Bitcoin mining industry. We focus on Bitcoin mining with renewable energy. But the amazing thing about it is if you think of Coinbase, for example, Coinbase made it easy for you to buy Bitcoin. And at SAS Mining, we're making it easy for you to begin mining Bitcoin. So if you want to start mining some Bitcoin or dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin through the Bitcoin mining journey through energy, you don't need a PhD in energy. You don't need the connections to the top mining hardware suppliers. You don't even need to know how to run it, but you do need to know how to go through a checkout on a website or do it. Basically, just complete a purchase, and you can become a Bitcoin miner. Start stacking Sats, Satoshis, the way that Satoshi did. You know. So with that said, we're about to jump into an interview for the CTO role. We've got quite a few of those lined up today. I believe we have 9. So this is going to be the first of many. We'll see how the timing works. We planned out some questions to ask. They have all been briefed that they're going to be coming live on stream. We're going to be having this conversation on stream. I think it's important. I can give some context later on, but I think it's important because we're going to be doing a very unconventional thing in the way we're building MyWorker, which is, we're doing it live. We're doing it in front of people. There are going to be times where they're going to have to come on and talk about the product, talk about what they're rolling out, and we're going to get this out into the public. And so we think it's important to make sure that it's a fit there as well as we are going through the interview process. And leading up to this interview, I mean, yes, you guys are seeing the final people we're speaking with. All of these people are heavy hitter in some way, shape, or form. There were a ton of applications for the role, and these guys all have done something very special, accomplished something special, or have a massive notch under their belt in some way. So it's going to be interesting. CTO role, it's a different type of role. It's not a sales role. It's not a business development role. We're going to try and account for that. And just dive into some important questions that are alignment fit. I think that all of these people have the technical skills or capacity to do the role, but I think it comes down to that fit side of just all of the other intangibles. So that is the purpose of these interviews today. We're going to dive in deeper afterwards, but yeah, let's jump in here. Hey, Brendan, how are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Well,
Going great. Yeah,
okay. Can you hear me?
loud and clear. Yeah. Where are you calling in from today?
Brazil.
Brazil. Nice.
Yes.
Heard many great things, but I've unfortunately never made it out there, but I'm going to have to at some point.
Yes. So I live part of the time, part of the year here. My fiance is Brazilian. She's an ER nurse, and so we're down here. Salvador. It is the third or fourth biggest city on the coast. It's actually easier to get to than Rio or Sao Paulo, which are like another 6-hour flight south of where I am right now.
Oh, okay. Very interesting. Well, I guess to lay the context for the call and everything else, I've got just a number of some like items to run through. I know that I gave some context ahead of time on the LinkedIn message, but super excited and grateful for you taking the time. And I guess to kick things off, I'm just curious, did you first come across MyWorker on LinkedIn on the job post, or what interested you about the company?
So I think the last like 4 or 5 projects I've worked on have been moving more and more into the AI space. And for me, intrinsically, I feel like I look out at people building AI products or services, and I tend to think that um, people are innovating in like a small subset of the ways I think the innovation is sort of possible. And I'm tending to thinking that people are doing either too much or too little with AI. And as I've been looking for, looking for new roles, looking for a new place to plant myself for the next, X amount of years, AI has become a bigger and bigger part of it. So that's been part of my sort of search criteria in looking for companies, and that's how I came across MyWorker.
Okay, got it. And you mentioned a little bit about the different roles that you've been, um, I guess, moving towards, and it's kind of been bringing you down this line of thinking and path. Uh, what do you think has been, I guess, the most relevant side of some of those experiences to what your, I guess, what the CTO role would be with MyWorker?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this sounds to people, because I mean I think this will probably make perfect sense to you, but a lot of people that aren't sort of deep in the AI world, I think it comes off a little weird. Basically, I see that there's still an enormous amount of software to be written, right? And there are dozens of touch points where AI is either making something that would take a month take a day, great. But it's just basically improving, making busy work faster, or it's allowing you to sort of like, double check, what you're doing. It's allowing you to sort of seed massive amounts of data into a system in terms of how you should reply, or how you should I basically am writing a system right now that is, it's an educational platform, but basically like the content I'm doing is like I'm modeling out the content. Some of it I'm using AI to help me model some of the structures, and then I'm writing scripts that are generating the content using AI, and the sort of like scoring modalities I have for them, I am using those at the end against AI. But basically, AI is everywhere in the journey. It is not just at the point where you're doing a live connection to AI from a chatbot, or even from a complicated system that's asking AI to evaluate something. It's doing it everywhere, right? I'm like working on how should I do X? What are the competitors to this in the marketplace? What's the best way to, for this specific example, it's like, what are the different ways I could use digital flashcards to have a student where English is their second language understand these phrases in the context of being a remote developer. That's this platform I'm working on this for. So it's like I'm using AI all along the way. And one of the things I saw on Journal Club IO the other day, which I thought was really interesting, was talking about how they did a study, and this is obviously early days and things could change, but they did a study, and basically people who were already good at solving problems, when you added AI into it, they solved problems with more accuracy and with more speed. And then when you took people who weren't good or were bad at solving problems and you tried to have them use AI to solve the problems, that you got they got worse, and the answers were not necessarily very good because they would become to rely on the AI and did not actually know how to solve the problems or think through the problems sort of on their own.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, a platform for sales is obviously going to be different from a platform for education, but this is just the way I think through sort of all the, you know, the layers of you know, what I would think about and work on and try to innovate it.
Yeah. And, you know, going off of that, one of the, you know, having been a founder for many years, I'm always just genuinely curious and love to ask, like, kind of what's your view in terms of like that, I guess, like founding a company, or I guess like that whole level of like managing the ups and the downs. I mean, whatever you're comfortable sharing with, but if there is like the hardest, like, I guess, period you've gone through, whether it was in a startup or not, just like in a role in the last few years, like if you could tell me about, you know, what in that process, like what broke and kind of how you managed that.
Well, that's a question that's sort of pretty wide and also like super specific. I mean, I think in general, the pattern of things that happen is that you have some misalignment in expectations in your story founding a company. And the misalignment in expectations is either could be between technical staff and sales staff, could be between people in the company and people on the client, could be people on the company and people on the client with people on the, you know, the investment side. You know, it's about things not being aligned the way they should. Sometimes they're not aligned the way they should because a investor knows how much a client likes a product, but how much they like the product does not determine how much they're willing to spend for it. Even if that product can be shown to make them more money, unless that money is considerable enough, you know, they may, because there's so many factors on, you know, how they make money. This is specifically related to gym software in a gym. Like, this will, you know, lower your churn by 5%. Well, I don't have that much churn at my gym. What I really need is X. This will do that, plus, you know, plus 10%. But how do I really know it will? Because, you know, et cetera. So you may have, you know, strong evidence and still have like this sort of misalignment in expectations. I tend to think that the one that I try to eliminate, you know, immediately is whether this person is a client and I'm building like bespoke software for, or whether they are a you know, member of a team, but they're sort of representing the end user, is trying to make sure that is in alignment, and it is very difficult. Sometimes the problem is that people expect different things. Sometimes the problem is they expected the same thing, but they estimated the amount of time or money it was going to take to get to that thing is significantly, their expectation and estimation was significantly less than the actual amount of time that would take. That's one of the things I like about working AI and these things, is that it tends to it tends to allow you to get to those things quicker, which allows you to say, yeah, you're nay faster, and it allows you to say, is this actually a good idea or not? I've certainly done, recently gone through like working on something for 10 days, and then getting to a point where I realize, yeah, this is not scalable in the way I expect, or it's not scalable for me in the way I expect, or or I find something that I just realize is that often is like a small part of that I actually think is more interesting, more valuable, or I want to spend my time on. I hope that helped. It was kind of very generic, but also sort of, I think, touched on.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I can definitely relate to, you know, that process of wanting to be able to figure out whether something's working or not quickly, and AI definitely like speeds that whole process up. So on the feature side or consumer behavior side, I guess one of the things I'd be really curious to hear how you approach, or if there's an example that you can give, is like a time where you shipped a feature or something that like moved customer behavior, and like kind of how you, like, I guess what the situation was, like, and what was done, and like kind of just an explanation of like at any of your previous roles that you think you're like, hey, I look back, that was pretty cool.
Moved customer behavior is kind of I'm not exactly sure what that means. I'll give you a couple. I'll give you a couple of examples. I was working. This is like my second job in tech. This has got to be 20 years ago. We're working on a system that has it's a RFP system for semiconductor, third-party semiconductor manufacturer that makes semiconductors for Intel at the time, PowerPC. If you remember them, for the old Macs. This is sort of pre-ARM days. So they have this very complicated system that would allow them to configure what a chip needed to do, look like, everything about the chip, in this sort of fab environment, so that they could quote and say how much it would cost, how much they would charge to build, 10,000 of these, 100,000, 5 million of these, etc. So it had an enormous amount of parameters on this page, and this is less about a feature that sort of delighted customers than it is about giving them something that gave them what they needed without actually giving them what they said they wanted. So I had my partner at the time were working on the system, and the back end was pretty slow. It basically called into some sort of systems that were embedded in AS400 midframes because they communicated to the chip manufacturing plants itself, etc. So they were pretty. Some of the stuff was pretty slow. And so my partner and I were looking at the thing. We were talking about, like, when you wanted to add if you had a brand new quote or proposal that you were building, the chip things, everything's fast. But when you got up to like 100 or 150 sort of parameters or permutations of that chip, it was incredibly slow. So it was like they would want to have a pop-up, a modal come up, and they moved the modal to a separate windows because they thought that would make it faster. And then in the separate window that sort of was acting as a modal, they would get to add one of their sort of their specifications and then save it, and then that page would save. So that would guarantee that the product was saved, but then it would cause the whole page to be re-rendered, which would take over a minute. It's just sort of preposterously long. And they were giving us, they said we had like 4 to 6 weeks to improve this. They wanted it to get down to not not ridiculous, but was going to take a lot of work. And I asked my partner as we were going through this, we just come from the meeting, I said, what problem do you think we're solving here? And he gave me a lot of iterations, basically like repeating, like they want this thing to save faster, they want this page to load faster when it re-renders, and it was just sort of step through like the things that they had said. And I popped up the window and I said, I said something to the extent of, "Are you sure that's really what it is?" And I sort of prompted him somehow, to say like, why don't we let them add more than one specification at a time? And so like we then changed that pop-up to let them do 10 specifications at the same time. These are just input variables. It wasn't like, there was a little bit of complexity on save it, but not much. So basically what it meant was they could go in there and add 10, click and hit save, and then they'd be going through all of their notes, and it would still take a minute to do that thing, but it didn't take a minute to do each one. It took a minute to do 10, and then for 10, they were then looking back through their engineering notes and looking through other stuff, while they're preparing to do the next, 10, because these ones would have sort of 300 to 400 things in them. So we didn't actually fix what they wanted at all, but we added that. And so then that went into production 24 hours after we discussed it. And they came back to us and said, we'd rather have you work on something else because the bottleneck is solved now. So that kind of like is a feature, but it was a feature that sort of like was put in to allow them to do something closer to the natural behavior they wanted to do without having all of their technical problems instantly solved.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I just looking at the time, I'm wondering if there are any questions in particular that you uh, wanted to ask or had for my end, because I wanted to leave some time for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, my main question is, are you, I'll be honest with you, like you said, like you had 117 or 170 and at some point and like gone through them, and my resume was sort of like lost in the whatever. So I wasn't sure if you're actually if you are interviewing for a position, or you'd said I'm going to be streaming it, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's interesting, and I thought it was an interesting thing enough conversation to have. But I'm looking to work mostly remotely on an interesting project like this. I don't really know. There'd have to be like a much longer than 5 or 10 minute discussion on like what the technology is that drives this, how you're sort of like what you're leveraging, and how you're leveraging it. Or like who's building what you have now? Did you build it, and now it's sort of sitting there, and you're waiting for co-founder, etc., to come in and help you drive stuff? Wasn't 100% sure. There are so many people interviewing on LinkedIn that I never feel totally confident that I know what they're actually like looking for. Some people looking for co-founding engineers, and they're looking for someone to help them build something, to help them fix something, to help them scale something. They're all good, but it's just, what is it you're actually sort of looking for, and where is MyWorker AI sort of at this moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll take those one by one. So the first one in terms of the job posts, the way that that I guess in my message to you in particular, one of the ways that on LinkedIn when you can set like a filter system. One of the filters was filtering out on a particular question in a way that put a lot of candidates like out of it. It was like the time zone thing, and it was automatically filtering out. So a lot of candidates that were a fit just from that one filter that it was misconfigured initially on the setup filtered out a lot of people. So that I
Ah,
guess led to that initial piece where uh, yeah, well, to answer your initial question on the LinkedIn piece, in terms of the background of the company, I've been a tech founder for about 10 years, but I've been working on MyWorker for just under two. And in terms of the history of the company, when I started the company, got some initial capital put in myself as well as from some angels, and brought on uh, an initial technical co-founder who's moving into the advisory role. And it's for a number of reasons, but in order to take the company to the next level, we believe that that would be the best spot for him. And we're speaking with some investors and trying to get the foundation of the executive team planned for this next leg of growth. And so, yeah, there's a role open right now. We've got a number of potential leads that we're speaking with for our next round. We've got initial customers. We've got, just to tell you a little bit about the tech stack, we're built on Azure with microservice architecture throughout, leverage LangChain along with OpenAI and Anthropic's models in different parts of the product. And then in terms of the functional product today that customers are paying for, it's a sales team as a service is the one liner. But in reality, in terms of the workflow and functions, you have a system that from your website alone will learn everything about your company, what makes you different, your products, all the way down to your target customer. It's like, you know, who, what, what's your target customer? What are their pain points? What are their objections? What are your solutions? And then it'll go tie into all the databases, build lead lists for each of those personas with traditional databases like Apollo, as well as like Exa AI integrations. It will set up the email inboxes, warm them up, and then deliver. And so a lot of that foundation has been set, but there's many other things that we want to do. And
well, I just want to say that, like, what you just rolled through, like, as you were thinking, I'm thinking, like, if all of this is already built and working, even working at like 50% what you're describing, that would be tremendous.
yeah,
Um, just because the structure of those things, some of those problems, a lot of those problems I've never touched in with work, but some of them I've, like, worked in and like tried to like solve just even niche pieces of, and they're incredibly difficult. So this sounds like something that is has an enormous amount of value that it could generate. Certainly.
yeah. The current system. So if I kind of take you fast forward up until where we are now, when we first launched, we were running into a whole number of just technical challenges, like getting it to work. Uh, Then we ran into some scalability issues as well, just with how do we get the system to actually begin to scale and reach out to more people. We just solved a lot of those technical challenges and have a core functional, stable, or much more stable product. Every once in a while I'll get hit up from customers. We'll be fixing bugs like any product. But the system can deliver that value. And now we're at a point where we are about to go through funding. We're about to go and try and uh, begin to scale up the system. And in terms of just the founder like mentality and role with things, it's a huge time commitment. It's a ton of responsibility. And the spot in his life where the guy like Andre, our guy who's built the system up until this point, is at, it it's just like a time commitment. It's like he'd rather be in that advisor role to be able to help the company grow and not want to hamstring it from a time perspective.
I mean, I totally understand that. I think I'm probably,
It's a grind to like building a company. It's like a 80-hour plus a week job.
yeah. I mean, I think I'm probably like a little. My fiance calls me a workaholic because, um, when I'm working on a project, whether it's like a side project, and I'm between like major consulting gigs, and I'm not in a company, like just always like it's what I love to do. So it's just very natural that I'm like, I want to solve the next problem or I want to fix it or get to the next place. And that kind of never ends with a startup, or at least it doesn't end for years.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, my alarm just went off. I'm trying to build in a little bit of time between each call. Are there any other final questions that you wanted to ask or wanted me to run through? If you want, I can kind of give you a overview in terms of next steps, how we're running the process.
Yes, that would be my specific question.
Okay.
Next steps.
Yeah, so the way that we're doing it is this week we've got blocks of all of these different conversations happening. And, after each day hopping off stream, I'm going to compile everything, figure out what the next steps are. But the idea is to, um, like throughout the week. So because, we're having this conversation now, I'll get back to you at some point during this week uh, in terms of like next steps with what that would look like in terms of timing and you know and answer any questions you might have along the way. But some of those other conversations might happen off stream. But the initial one we had here today uh, kind of gives an overview
Yeah,
of the
no.
process, and the whole goal is to try and get not rush it, but also just move it along naturally to the point where um, it's something that both parties, want to get on board with and are aligned with moving forward. And so in terms of like an exact number of conversations, in my mind, I have that slated at about to three to 4 or 5, just depending on how things progress. But it obviously is the foundational role of the business. So it's going to be something where there's got to be full buy-in from both sides and full alignment in terms of what next steps will look like.
Yeah, I mean, and that's probably one of the reasons why I'm saying it. We'd have to go pretty technical for me to like really know, because I'll be honest with you, like I'm going to make sure that if because I think this would vibe with me in terms of something I would enjoy doing. The question is, am I the right guy, for you to do it? And if we're walking through the tech and it really feels like I am, that's a much stronger sort of pull for me than like if it feels like these are all sorts of techs that I know nothing about, or the way you've implemented it is like, I don't know. I'm just saying that like, I'm interested, and if it ends up being something where it is a really good fit, then that sounds great. So,
Awesome. Sounds great. Well, thank you so much for your time, man. I'll be in touch and hope you
all
have a
right.
great rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. Cheers. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. Bye. All right. So we got another one coming up here. I'm gonna have to get better at like following the question line path. The one thing is for these interviews, it's been a while since I've done like, I guess every interview that you do for a different role is a slightly different approach. But it's been a while since I've interviewed for a role this important. So it's like I mean, yes, it's always the same, but it is also different, you know. It is different interviewing, knowing how important the role is. Okay. And just because we're bouncing from one thing to the next, if you're here, you're gonna get the thoughts. I'm gonna share my thoughts, but it's gonna be after we get through things a little bit more. So we got these 2 interviews, then we actually have a little bit of space before the next one. So yeah, so we got interviews today, tomorrow. Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, William. Hi, how are you doing?
Doing great. Where are you calling in from today?
I'm calling from San Francisco.
Oh, okay. Nice. You excited for Tech Week coming up?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I were you at Tech Week last week or last year?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did both last year and so yeah, so I'm in LA, but I definitely prefer the SF Tech Week. Looking forward to both, but going to be very excited for the SF one. How long have you
Yes.
been out in SF for?
Oh, it's been more than 25 years now. Huh.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Very nice, man. Well, just to, I guess, lay the foundation for the
Yeah.
the call, um, this is I told you a little bit of background on LinkedIn, but overall the whole goal here is just asking a couple of questions, like kind of hearing about how you think through problems, how you solve things, and then
Yeah.
also trying to give you some space at the end to ask any questions that you might have about the
Hmm.
company, the role, etc.
Right.
And uh, we're actually back to back for a lot of the day, but this one is actually doesn't have a hard stop. So you somehow picked like a perfect slot. So if worst case, if we go a little bit over that, that totally
Sure.
works.
Okay, perfect.
All right, awesome. Well, I guess the initial question, just out of curiosity, I'd love to hear about, how you first came across MyWorker and what kind of prompted you to want to, go through the questions and apply.
Um, I think I was looking at a couple of roles, right? That I would be interested in, and I came across this, and I think I read through the description, and I found that what you're doing seems to be very interesting, and maybe something I could bring my experience to make a difference, right? So I think that's what I felt, and I said, okay, let me apply. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, and
Yeah, and in the lot of right, a lot of in the AI space, a lot of things are happening right now. But I think with AI as a technology coming in, has changed the game in across the domains, not just in any one specific area. I would say, right? Whether it is healthcare, whether it's retail, or whether it is education, you name it, right? I mean, everywhere there is a possibility of doing things differently, which was not possible in the past. That's a basic fundamental shift in the way I think the products are going to be built going forward. I think that it has basically changed or I would say challenged the traditional thinking in enterprise on how to build software and how to make software uh, I would say, be a partner with the human to achieve better productivity. I think that's the fundamental shift. I think not many people recognize this, at least in the enterprise. Um, so there is opportunity there, and of course also there is a challenge, I would say, because people don't know how to put this technology to use in a way that delivers value to the enterprise, right? And that is why even if you look at some of the figures that have been published, 60 to 70% of enterprise AI projects are failing, right? And the reason is people don't know how to use it properly, and also the tooling is not matured enough at this point to build solutions which embed AI into traditional software. Right? I think that's where the problem is. But I think it'll evolve, and I would say the next 5 6 years. And during that time, I think startups or founders who can address that, I think, have an opportunity. Right? I think
Mhm.
I think that's really the where I think things are as of now.
Yeah, and it seems like we're actually very aligned in terms of just I don't know what to say how bullish we are on AI, but how much it'll transform society, change a lot of
Yeah.
things. I'm curious in particular, kind of going like verticalized on the sales side,
Yeah.
uh, kind of an open-ended question, but what are your overall thoughts in terms of, what the world looks like today and what some ways that AI can be applied to sales. And
Yeah,
yeah, would love to just kind of hear your thoughts, just by nature of
absolutely.
us
Yeah.
being in that like that type of space. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and I think, and I've known this space back from my days when I was at Salesforce, right? When we first built the whole Force.com platform in Salesforce, if you recall, Salesforce, one of their first product was something called Sales Cloud, right? It was basically to manage the sales pipeline, manage opportunity, manage leads, manage opportunities, and then it was basically an application for the field team or the sales field team to track and close on sales deals. And that was the first product that Salesforce came in. And back in the day, when we built the whole Force.com platform, I think the whole idea was to basically create a software that would support this whole sales cloud applications, and then we brought in the service cloud. So we built a platform that would enable this type of orchestrations across sales and service, right? That was where it started. And now, so I'm familiar with this space, right? Because I dealt with customers who are using Salesforce or Service Cloud. So all the things that went into making of this particular platform. So now I think you look it in the current context, right? In the current at that time there was no AI. We had in the traditional sense AI ML, we had those type of things, but not the way you see it today. I think now if you sort of reevaluate that in the current context, both in terms of technology, right, and how the industries are moving across, I think there is a tremendous opportunity. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the whole sales process, right from the time when they get a lead and the lead gets converted to an opportunity and all the way till they close the deal, right? Look at all, and this could and here there is a lot of I would say latitude, because you have different types of industries, and all these different types of industries have a different type of cycle playing in, right? A retail might have a different sales cycle, manufacturing has a different sales cycle, right? Each of them has it. Now, irrespective of these cycles, which basically impacts the period of the cycle, but the steps involved, whether it is an SMB customer or as an enterprise customer, or it could be a consumer, whoever it is, the steps that are involved by a salesperson to go through and convert that opportunity to a deal is very human oriented. You could use a tool, no doubt, you can definitely use a tool, but there is a lot of human interaction at every step of the thing, right? Whether it is to give them demos, or whether to have a collaboration across stakeholders or influencers, or with the engineering teams. There's a lot of interaction, collaboration going on, and the human is involved at every stage. Now, one of the reasons why there is so much demand for salespeople in a particular domain is because they bring in that domain expertise, because they have been doing this day in and day out for years, and they know the people, they know the space, they know the nuances. That is why, irrespective of what tool you use, you still need to pay the sales guy the premium that he's asking, right? So that's always the case. Now, I think with AI, that equation is changing, because the thing is, now the domain expertise that he inherently brings in as a person who has spent so much time in a particular field, now that is becoming that is something that can be replaced, and AI can come in and fill that space. Maybe not to 100%, but I would say to a large extent, even a person, it can basically work alongside a salesperson who has little domain knowledge to use the tool, and the AI. And if you architect the product properly, and if it has the right level of intelligence, then the AI can bring in the co-intelligence with the human, and that makes a big difference. at every step. At every step you're talking about, right? Now the challenge really is, how do you basically blend in AI with the process that is already there, which is proven again and again, and people are familiar with it? How do you bring it together so that at every step there is a cognitive lift to the human that is involved? And I think it's possible, right? And but thing is, you just need to basically define the context very well and identify all the variables out there and create the contextual engine in AI to give him what is needed in that particular context, right? I think if that can be done, then this whole process will get transformed. Right from opportunity all the way, right? And I think there are multiple use cases, I think, in this space, but I think this needs to be engineered right, because context is everything here.
Yeah, I completely agree to that point. As you're talking, I guess to keep it brief, I think we're aligned there. And in terms of what is possible, it all comes down to the context and making sure that you're building a rising tide lifts all ships, and you want to be built in a way where, as all the infrastructure around gets better, that just compounds into whatever you're trying to build. Actually, going off of that, it goes well into the next question. I'd love to hear more about, it seems like you've got that sales background. I'd love how you've got I love your thinking on the space as it relates to I guess problem solving and operations, just so I can kind of just get a sense of, how you'd like to approach things, whether from a technical or just a problem solving dynamic. Is there a particular, it doesn't have to be sales related, but a time in the past where you could share about something that, inevitably in startups, there are highs and there are lows, there are things that break, that don't go according to plan, and a time where you were faced with one of those many, startup challenges, whether in startup context or otherwise, and kind of the context of what happened, how you approached it, and what was done to try and solve that problem in that scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there are a lot of situations, I think, we run into this, particularly in startups. You run into this very often. I'm just trying to see which one to pick. Maybe. Yeah, even in the current role that I'm in, right? So this just to give a little bit of a background here. When I joined this company, they just had 4 people, right? That 4 people, and now today it's a 120 plus organization. And in fact, I was the 5th employee in this company, and we literally built this whole organization from scratch, right? Literally from scratch. And today we have all the functions, right? We have the whole platform engineering team, we have the POS team, and we also have the DevOps team, we have the QA team, we have the support team. We run 24/7 support, and we have the customer success team, right? So this entire thing is something that I built up in the course of last 2 years. So when we did this, there were a lot of things that were not in place. Okay, we were dealing with luxury retail customers who operate across time zones, across the world, right? Multiple countries. And we need to be 24/7 available, right? The platform needs to be up 24/7. There's no room for it to go down, because when the platform goes down, they cannot sell. They literally cannot sell. Right? The point of sale systems don't go up. So and the founder of this company, he actually built this initial version of the product, and then he sold it, and then it was typically just running in one place. It was running in Virginia, in AWS data center in Virginia. Now when things started opening up in Japan, China, Hong Kong, because we had stores all over the place, right? And we had to basically we had to make sure that this particular platform is now locally available in those regions, so that it doesn't go down. Now, when we started looking at how to do this, we found that this whole thing was built one piece of monolithic code sitting sitting in Virginia data center. Okay, and now to deploy it distributed across the globe, now we had to create not just the data infrastructure, but also make sure that the services that support this particular application needs to be up and running, right? So, but that fundamentally means that we need to dissect that particular code to run in a distributed mode, right? So we said, let's do this in 2 stages. Okay, what is it? I mean, you cannot simply take this and replicate it because that's not going to work. So we have to first, at a data infrastructure level, we have to create a way to synchronously replicate across data centers. And that is possible with AWS because we are using DynamoDB, and DynamoDB gives something called global tables. Basically, what it means is that you have a set of data tables sitting in AWS Virginia data center. And then you could bring up something, let's say we can bring up something in Shanghai or maybe even in Tokyo and say that these particular data tables needs to be in sync across, right? And the nice thing about DynamoDB is that whole thing is already built in. You just need to enable that. You just need to tell what tables, what data needs to get replicated, and what is, and in what time, and what time frames, right? You just need to say that, and then the data keeps in sync, right? So what we said is, okay, first let's configure that whole thing, and we build it up, and we did that, and then we created, we refactored the code, and then we made sure that it is up and running both in Virginia as well as in Tokyo. Now, great. Now all these things went fine. And people said, yes, now we are ready. And they did some testing. Everything was good. The thing, and then we turned it on. We turned it on. Then I think we turned it on 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And then I think the time zone difference is, I think, 3 hours between them. So we were saying that, hey, everything is tested, everything is going. And what happened was the stores opened in Tokyo morning 9 o'clock. The first thing is they found is that they were not able to access POS. Okay, all the calls were coming in, right, from 10 different stores. Everybody is saying that we are down, we are not able to sell. I don't know what the heck you did, right? Then we were all now hands on deck. We went go back, and then we started figuring out where the thing is, and everything is up and running. Okay, what has happened is, then we found out that the actual routing logic from their POS, mobile POS system is not based on AWS networking configuration, but it is hard coded into that particular app that is running on that mobile. Nobody saw this coming, right? And everything that we had done until this now will not work. So we had to immediately switch back to Virginia just because we wanted to get those guys up. And then because we couldn't build a whole app immediately, right? So we switched it back to Virginia. And then we took almost a week to build up that whole app. And then we released it, right? So this was something that we had, even though we did a lot of planning, we did testing, we did all the stuff, but we still missed something. Right. But we had a backup plan. The thing is, we knew that something could go wrong because of the way things were done. Right. We knew how convoluted that code was. And then we had to turn it back. So this was just one instance, right? And we were up, I think, the entire night on that day. To get it done. Right. So, I mean, a lot of things like this have happened. I think I can give you a lot of examples. Back even in my Innovator days, we used to have, when we built the whole Innovator platform, which is a healthcare platform, we used to have these jobs which used to run night, right? These are like batch jobs, which basically goes to all the EHRs of these hospitals, and it gathers the patient data and brings it to the platform, and then it processes the data before it makes it available on the platform, right? This whole thing. And there are hundreds of jobs that are running. Now, what was happening was that our guys, our sales guys used to go and promise these guys saying that, hey, you have the most nice curated data of any patient you need. You can use it for your applications. But the reality is that there was a significant lag in the time the data comes in and the data becomes available. It was almost up to 2 days. That was that inefficient.
Wow.
Right now, initially, because they had a very few customers, it was fine. I mean, people didn't notice it. But then as more applications started coming on, they started noticing this notice. And then they said, hey, there is care gaps. We cannot deliver care because the data is outdated. So we had to build a whole new set of data pipelines, right, to accelerate this process. And then we also had to look into the whole processing of the data that is happening, because there were 5 levels of data processing happening before a certain set of raw data gets converted to a structured data that could become accessible in an application. So we had to basically re-engineer that whole thing and bring down the levels to 3 levels. And that is where we started using ML. At that time, we didn't have AI like this, but we used to have the ML to do that thing, to curate the data, fill the gaps, make sure that. So we brought this down to 4 hours, right? Right. So this is significant amount of work, because this is particularly when you're looking at platforms and trying to bring a type of stability and reliability into the platform. A lot of things need to come into play, and they need to be orchestrated well, and need to make it happen, right? So this is another example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for. Well, it's great to hear them, and just having been a founder, like I love these stories too. Just like hearing, not just seeing how you approach them as well, but it's also just very entertaining, and I can relate. So on the front of like I guess I'll give you a little bit of context with the company too, and have it tied to the question. So I think that, in building a company, especially being a founder, I mean, you're pretty much a founder when you're at that early stage of a company, building the entire organization. One of the questions that I always ask is, what makes you want to, make the transition back to, those early days with, where you don't have like 100+ person team, and like kind of want to get back into that realm of found, because when you've got that lean of a team, yes, AI helps a lot, but it's like all hands on deck 24/7, just a lot of work. What makes you want to pursue like the really early stages of a startup rather than being at a company that might be further along, like Series B plus or something?
No, I mean, the thing is, hey, look, in my career, I've been with bigger companies. I've been in different roles, right? And I've been with very small companies, startups. So I sort of have seen it all, I would say, at this point. I mean, but I think I really enjoy working with startups. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's small or medium size, whatever. I think it's fun to make things happen. It is challenging. I mean, I agree, but I think as long as you enjoy it, I think that should be fine. And I done it again and again now, so I enjoy it. It doesn't matter to me. So I really like the journey. And people only look at the destination, but I think you need to enjoy the journey as well. Right? Destination is an after effect, but I think it's been fun, I would say. I mean, both in this company, the previous companies, I think we did a lot. It was challenging, but yes, I think I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, looking at the time too, I want to make sure that I leave time for you to ask any questions that you are curious about, and then after answering your I can go over too. After answering your questions, I can kind of talk through the overall. Maybe it'll be one of your questions, but the overall process of how we're running the role and everything, and what timelines, expectations, things like that look like.
Yeah. No, I think maybe just give me your view on this, on what your vision is and where you are with this, and how do you see next steps in terms of building this company. Just share some of your views on that.
Yeah, actually, so to give a little bit about my background, because I think a lot of it shapes my views coming
Yeah.
into AI. But my last company was in the Bitcoin mining industry, which at the end of the day is like data centers running we're focused on renewable energy Bitcoin mining. And so fast forward to today, there are data centers operating on 3 different continents, a few hundred customers around the world. And my role at the company, uh, and this is my view on startups as a whole, is you want to put the best people on court. And the person who uh, I was working with at the time was the COO, and I was the CEO. It's like watching this guy operate firsthand. I'm thinking, wow, this guy is incredible. And I think he truly is the best person to be the CEO. He's had 9-figure sales targets, been head of sales at a publicly traded company in solar. And I'm going to learn a lot from kind of being in the president role and watching how he runs the organization and scales it. Simultaneously, in stepping into that role, it was at the time where you started seeing massive breakthroughs in AI and the chat capabilities. If you're looking at like, the earlier days, especially like with three, that was a big jump. And from 2019 to 2023, I mean, you saw a huge improvement in intelligence. But I saw very early on the tie between how it's not massive architectural breakthroughs, more so just if you throw more compute at the problem, the performance skyrockets in terms of the intelligence of the system. And I saw this trend really early, and coming from the data center background, I realized this is going to become way bigger than anyone can even begin to imagine. And this was at a time where many people were still very bearish on AI compared to today. And I said, okay, well, like I understand this use case from an early stage startup perspective. Let's go and talk to customers. I started calling up people in my network and realized that every customer that you speak to, it's like when you ask the key questions of like, what would make you pay for this? What would make you actually use it and share it with people? It all came down to your bottom line. Like what you would pay for it if it made your company more money. And that's where we went from a more broad, like the initial seed of the idea was an AI assistant that's tied into all your data sources that can do work, into how do we focus on this sales use case. And the view is that with better context and more data, you're going to get much better
Yeah.
performance and your base engine is going to get way better. And I realized that the analogy of the internet isn't even powerful enough. It's like, yes, like with Amazon or Facebook, you couldn't build either of those businesses without the internet, even if you had unlimited money. And I think that in AI, even if you had unlimited money, you can build businesses with almost very little money that would have been impossible previously. And so we focused on the sales use case and basically figured out, okay, well, assuming that the models are 10, 100 times stronger, what could you build? And that's what's honed in on this tagline that we've started putting out into the market, which is an AI sales team as a service for these earlier stage founders who are at a 1 to 10 million ARR. I believe that there are over 150,000 founders that fit this mold. But the big thing about it is they fit this mold, but they're in particular faced with a very difficult challenge where you don't have many millions of dollars to hire a whole enterprise sales team, and you simultaneously are capping your growth if you spend all your time learning 5 different sales tools to try and scale your business. And so because of the like all of these factors merging of the exponentially improving intelligence, the big use case and need for these founders, and then what can be built with the tech with better product and context, there's a whole long story there that I'm sure you've got many as well with building in the early stages, but many little micro pivots along the way in testing of hypotheses that have led to this part. But just to kind of keep it a little tighter, today we're at a point now where we've got an initial product in market. We've got we're over 10 customers now. I think the exact number is actually 14. We're doing weekly calls. They're using the product. It's a useful product, but it's completely bottlenecked at the moment because I'm trying to simultaneously manage all the customers while getting our next round raised. We've been getting some good inbound from investors, which is a very new experience to me.
Right.
And it really is I've been in startups for 10 years, but it's the first time where it really feels like uh, it is legitimately like so many spinning plates that are all good, and it's like how to prioritize,
Yeah.
and it's being pulled of like we need growth,
Right.
and simultaneously the guy that so Andre Kleiman, he has built the platform up until where it is today, and the big thing is that we believe, similar to the decision I made for the last business, my last company that I founded in 2018, he made a similar decision with this company, saying, "Look, um, the like for a number of reasons on the personal side, the time commitment, and what's needed for a founder, we believe that it's best for him to be in the advisor role, and for us to bring that superpower or firepower in for this next round to take it from like what is
Right.
maybe this like 0 to 1 stage, or like 0 to 0.5 to like the next big couple milestones." And so we're looking for that person who understands the system, understands where we're going, has a good view on the industry,
Yeah.
and wants to come in with, you know, founding level equity vesting into it, of course, at a part where the product and company are much more mature. So that was a long ramble, but
No,
I
no,
kind of wanted to give you like the full context of the
yeah,
history of the company, the use case, what we do, customer traction, and view for investors. Um, I can go into much more detail on any of these, of
yeah.
course, but that kind of gives you a high level to answer the
No,
question.
absolutely, absolutely. No, no, thank you for that. Thank you for that broad context and overview. Thank you for that. So at this point, you have you raised the seed funding. Where are you in terms of your funding?
Yeah, the majority of capital has been put in by myself and a family member that I actually started my last company with.
Uh-huh.
And then we also raised from a few angels. So total
Okay.
capitalization into the business, we only raised 150K from angels though. So
Okay.
total capitalization into the business is about 650K.
Okay. Okay. And then I think now you're planning to raise the next level, next
Yeah,
next round of it. Yeah.
we've gotten some inbound. We have direct line on $500,000 very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But then we're also getting inbound from some A-level firms like Series A,
Mm-hmm.
C plus firms, and then
Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah, there's a whole Rolodex of people that I want to get in touch with. I just wanted to
Right.
get all of our docs and
Yeah.
ducks in a row, because either way, I'm going to need to get that in a row. So I might as well just run the process tight and reach out to them once everything is kind of ready.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
But and simultaneously, I mean, also related to the message around the streaming side, we in the first month and a half of streaming
Mm-hmm.
have, I mean, on YouTube alone, we're at already over 200 subscribers, and uh, over 100,000 impressions across just our three main platforms. And so the streaming in public, we're putting out about 6 pieces of content a day on YouTube, TikTok, and so like we've got the whole engine ready to go as well from the content side, and it's resonating really well too. So everything is just starting to build up and beginning to pick up, and we're just trying to find the right like internal leaders and generals to take massive foundations of building the organization. It's a ton of responsibility and a ton of work for those people who take on these massive roles, but this one is of course a massive one coming
Okay.
in at this stage.
Right. And then how many people do you have currently in the terms
Uh,
of the team size?
yeah, so I can break it down. They're not like W-2 full time. It's
Right.
mostly I'm running a lot of it, but in terms of like the product side, it's Andre and a handful of developers that are contracted at the moment to just when things go
Right.
down, make sure that it's all functioning. Uh, and then in terms of the media content creation side, there's a team of three in Bolivia that's managing like everything from the posting, the clipping, the everything from the stream and on socials. And then that's it.
Okay. 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 No, that sounds good.
Oh, and
So
we've got some advisors as well, but they're not quite as active. It's more so like if we need them to tap into networks or intros or things like that. got
Right.
a network of some advisors.
Okay. Okay. No, that helps. That helps. So right now you're sort of trying to expand the team and get to the next level of raising the funds, right? I think that's where you are, right? I think looks like, right?
Yeah, and the one other piece that I'm going to be hiring for in the very near future is someone to kind of help manage so there's like a number of, I'm not sure if you see it on LinkedIn, but like project requests. So there's like a ton of project requests backlog. There's the ability that we kind of cut off our own MyWorker campaigns because we couldn't handle like the number of like messages incoming, and we were dropping balls on like actually going to trying to take clients through, convert them. But with our own tool now, we can actually just turn on the engine and it'll start getting leads into like helping us get calls booked with clients. So it's like a pure lead gen funnel that
Yeah.
that is also that needs to be managed as well. And so that is another thing that is going to allow us to get a lot more customers, but have we don't have the hands on deck at the moment to manage that as well. We've really grown as much as I think you can without like
Yeah.
now it's like we need to actually go and expand and get the capital and everything. But I wanted to
Yeah.
make sure we nailed product market fit ahead of or at least, you know, knew that we would be scaling into something where it was the right time.
Right. Okay. And on all these 14 customers that you said, right? They're all like they're paying customers. Is that what?
Yeah, they're anywhere from 99 to 500 a month.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them are grandfathered in at a lower price point because they were
Okay.
using an earlier version of the
Yeah.
system, and yeah.
Okay. Okay. So just in terms of where you see this product evolving to, right? So now this is what you talked about is the current state. How do you see that? What's your view on that?
So this is the part where people say that I sound delusional or like kind of crazy in terms of like how big I think it can get. But I truly believe that someone's going to have to go and build the companies that are the ones that eat up the market share. And I think that
Yeah.
fundamentally with AI, you have a lot of companies that are not optimized for a structure, an org structure, everything with AI. And so I think that you have the immediate competitors, which might, like you look at like the artisans, the 11Xs, the ones that have raised, you know, 50 to 100 mil, um, and, you know, valued, I don't know their exact valuation today in the private markets, but, you know, like, let's say like 250 to a bill in like at this moment. And then I think that you've got the much larger incumbents, the Salesforces, et cetera. And you're going to go through a traditional evolution that you see within these different industries where,
Right.
you know, you get the whole game where at some point the big up and comers make a decision of, okay, are they going to be eaten by the big players or taken over? Or are they going to go and try and become the gorilla in the room? And I think that that we're going to follow that exact path. It's like we started later than these other companies and they went down a
Right.
faster path, but I think we very quickly are going to be in the conversation directly against them. I think that we've got a better vision for the future and a better positioning. It's like I believe that AI can be a renaissance of joy and creativity for the workforce. I think it can empower small creators, small businesses. It can
Yeah.
empower any business to build something better and bring it to life. Whereas these other companies are pushing a future of like don't stop hiring humans, like dystopian Black Mirror stuff. And I believe we will win the war for customers and that battle there amongst the big startups. And then at that point, it becomes what does the board look like when we
Yeah.
are going for those massive, like the sales forces are trying to eat up the market at a larger point of view. But I want this to be I it sounds crazy saying like thinking as big as I believe this can get, but I think that
Yeah.
why not? You have massive companies in AI disrupting and growing, having an advantage, the open AIs of
Yeah.
the world. I think it's going to come down to us attracting the right people, the right talent, and the
Right.
right capital partners.
Right. Right. So I mean, I think you might have heard about there are quite a few companies that I think they're operating in this space, right? Particularly the sales side of the house. I think one of them I think is Outreach. I think you know about them.
Oh yeah, of
Right,
course.
Outreach, right? So these guys, in fact, the CEO of Outreach, I know this guy. I mean, through some connections and things like that. So, so they're. I think there is significant amount of money on this, right? Close to about. I don't even remember. I think it's close to about 40 million, 50 million, something like that. They're based, and then their whole pitch is the same thing, right? Basically, bring in AI at every stage of the whole sales cycle, and they've sort of built the the sales cloud or sales data cloud, I think they call, and then they have the AI engine, and then on top of it they have these applications running on it, right? So that's how it's structured, and I think they seem to be doing very well, right? So the thing is, how would you sort of differentiate yourself from them, because they seem to be in the exact same space?
Yeah. So I'll say a couple things. And I
Yeah,
think outreach is one of many. You've got a
yeah,
lot of these companies in the AI sales B2B realm, and I
right,
think that
right,
they're segmented into almost three categories. Like the first one is an incumbent or an AI tool being like, oh, we're putting out an AI feature or an AI workflow or whatever
yeah,
it is. And I
yeah,
think that that is there's going to be a lot of those. I don't know if they're going to survive
mm,
past,
yeah,
the next six releases of GPT. Then I think that you've got the other approaches, which is like the more AI native approach. AI
yeah,
native being kind of what we touched on earlier, like rising tide lifts all ships. And I think that those are like the artisans, the 11Xs, like where we come in,
hmm,
um, where you just inevitably, as the models get stronger and the compute comes online, it becomes so hard for any company that's not built with that AI native approach to win. But then all of those AI native companies that are going to be the winners, the question is
hmm,
what vision or product or
yeah,
customer are they going after to actually solve and fix a problem for? And that's where I think that you start to see some differentiation between us and some of these other AI native companies. But then that's also where you start to see some of the incumbents starting to struggle as well, which how are they going to navigate a world where you've got AI native companies coming
yeah,
up that have a
yeah,
much better cost and value prop to that end customer? And I think
mm,
that we're going to be in that pool of those companies that can succeed that are AI native, but then, go along that journey we just talked about.
yeah. No, no. I think you said it very well. I think because as there are quite a few companies in this space who are all claiming to do the same thing, right? And I think, and as you I think rightly pointed out, as AI is going to evolve, it's going to bring in more capabilities into the AI space. It's going to become more intelligent, I would say. And then I think the vision and where you want to drive the company is probably going to decide, and the ability to execute on that, I think, is going to decide who is the winner of this. And I think there's going to be a significant consolidation at some point, because there's so many players out there, literally, right? Everyone.
Yeah.
And interesting, I was actually speaking to somebody last week who's from Salesforce Ventures, and because because I worked in Salesforce, so I know quite a few people there. So and I asked him, hey, what are you guys doing now? Now, what you built seems to be literally being eaten up by all these other companies. And I think he said something very interesting. He said, Ravi, we are actually investing in those companies. Like, for example, in Outreach, Salesforce Ventures has invested in Outreach, right? And I think I'm pretty sure that at some point they're going to buy them out. Right? They're going to buy them out and then make it part of the Salesforce platform, right? So I think a lot of things like this are going to happen, and they are aware that they cannot actually band-aid their existing SaaS platforms with AI. I think there's a limitation to it.
Yeah.
So at some point, they have to take in these organically grown AI native companies and make it and acquire them and make it part of their portfolio. I think that's they see that. I think that's, but they're not telling it, but they see that that's what is going to happen. And I think there is a real opportunity to capitalize there for AI native companies that are operating in this space. Right? Yeah. So no,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
I had a call with someone from Salesforce Ventures actually very early on because
Uh-huh.
one of our advisors gave us the intro. And
Uh-huh.
so I pretty quickly saw that, they're on top. They understand it.
Yeah.
Their
Yeah. Yeah.
approach to it is they're going more after companies that have either verticalized or
Yeah,
have or significant. I mean, they're trying to find the people who have verticalized, acquire them as well, and like reach a certain higher level of traction where they want companies doing like, I think their starting check size were like 5 million or something, or 5 million was either the number of revenue or starting check size. And I can't remember because it was a little
right,
while ago, but we
right.
chatted with them very, very early on,
Yeah,
before we even like really
yeah. No, I
had a
mean,
fully
it's
functional product.
right, right. No, no.
Yeah.
I think if you look at it, right. So, I mean, they are looking for vertical. I mean, the reason why they are looking for vertical, if you ask that question, why Salesforce is looking for vertical, is because Salesforce itself is a horizontal platform, right? Now, the maximum advantage that they're going to gain with their enterprise customers is going by vertical, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what they're trying to do is they're trying to take these vertical AI native startups, take those companies, invest in them, and then they buy them out, and then they can just plug it in directly into their horizontal platform, right? I think
Mm-hmm.
that's easy for them to do. And that is, in fact, traditionally, Salesforce has been weak at verticalizing a particular domain. In fact, they lost very badly with Viva. Viva went on their own completely because Viva was so vertical. This is not now. This is almost 6 years ago, 5, 6 years ago, right? Viva was so vertical in pharmaceuticals that Salesforce couldn't compete with them, literally. Right, and I think now they learned the lesson in a after being got hurt. Now I think AI gives them a real opportunity to do that very well, and I think and I see why they're why they're so specific on vertical AIs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great, man. Well, I've absolutely loved the conversation. Any other questions, or should I kind of like lay out the foundation for how the next
No,
steps
I
are going
think
to look?
no, I think I got fairly clear understanding of where you're going to do. So I just would like to know what's the time frames and what you're looking at in terms of steps. That
Yeah.
will help. Yeah.
Yeah. This it's mainly the next 2 days, but having a ton of conversations with the final, like, I guess, cohort of
Yeah.
people, and then uh, I'll be in touch after the next couple days. I think because it's such an important role,
Mm.
getting to really understand, and like spend time with the person
Yeah.
in chat. So at the next phase, I'm going to be uh, sharing like my personal WhatsApp number. I'm like, literally hit me up anytime. Like, let's figure out what it's like to, I guess, communicate, talk through, solve problems, things like that.
Yeah.
And then uh, in full transparency, I don't have like a set number. Like, there's like 3, 4, like 5 conversations. But my goal is like, this is one of the top priorities of the business, and I'm going to try and get it across the finish line as quickly as possible without rushing it or making an incorrect decision. I
Okay.
know that
Sounds good.
it's not like the full clarity aspect of it, but
Yeah.
like if I was to give like an actual date in terms of like, I'd want to have this fully taken care of, it would be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Would be like, hey, there's like, knocked it out of the park. This was great, but that's the thought process on it. And then
Okay.
in terms of just like on this call being fully transparent about like the approach on how we're doing it, like, I'm not taking salary. We're looking at finding someone who's coming in on like a founding level in terms of equity, and we can discuss all that like, offline as well. But like founder level equity coming in, investing into that, and we'd be looking to be able to do comp after we raise this next round of capital.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No, that works. That helps.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Actually, on that point, before we hop off it, is there any questions on that, or is that like, not a fit or a fit, or I guess your current situation with how you're
Um,
looking?
so in terms of no, I think I'm okay with the equity and the comp. I mean, but I just want to understand how you're going to do this, right? I think the details of what percentage is compensation, what is equity, and how are you looking at it? I think that'll probably help.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So what we'll do is like I already know just from this conversation that I want to keep the conversation going. I've loved, chatting with you, um, and it seems like your background actually fits really well with, you know,
Mhm.
the company, everything that we're working on. So I'll be in touch like at the end of the day,
Mhm.
and yeah, we can start going back and forth
Yeah,
on WhatsApp and figure out the best next steps with everything.
wonderful. I think I love it. I think I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you very much, William.
Yeah, this
Thank
was
you.
really fun, and you're also a great communicator as well, and just storyteller, and yeah, it was really awesome hearing your background, and very yeah, very grateful for the call.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think I'd also set up another time, I think at 2 o'clock or something, but I couldn't cancel it.
Okay,
So I
sounds
think,
good.
yeah, so I just don't want to,
Yeah,
yeah,
thank you for
you can
giving me the
cancel it.
heads up.
I think it's 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, something like that. I don't remember the exact time slot. But then I realized that, hey, I couldn't make myself free earlier in the morning. So that's why I did it. So just cancel that thing
Sounds
because
good.
I don't have a way to change it.
Okay, sounds good. Well, thank
All
you
right.
so much. It was great chatting with you, and
Thank you.
yeah, I'll be in touch.
Thank you. Take
All
care.
right,
Yeah.
take care. Bye.
Bye.
Righty. All right, that was great. So I will cancel that meeting later, and all right. We're gonna send him a message. All right. So we're gonna set our alarms for the rest of the day here. All right, guys. Let's see here. Scheduled for. Is that right? Scheduled for 10:30. NVIDIA is investing $100 billion in OpenAI. You know what? We actually have some time to cover the news. Let's look into the news. I feel like we're missing out right now. Okay, so I'm gonna say awesome. This looks great. So we actually are live and we're gonna cover the news. So could you please go and dive into research on the best trending relevant news for us to cover? For context, today it is 9 22 2025. So it's September 22nd, and we want the best news for us to cover today. All right, guys. We've prompted GPT in the past, so GPT knows what we're looking for. We'll see what news it pulls up. While it's pulling up the news, we're gonna get some pieces of work done here. Let's see. All right. Could you help me write up a new message for context? It is one of our teammates sent over this message to us. Uh, you can review it in the screenshot that I've attached. For context, we, for MyWorker's product, are integrated with Zapmail. So they're part of our email warm up domain process. And I'm friends with some of the people at Zapmail and want to get put in touch with them directly, let them know about this problem that we ran into. And then just, get in touch with them. They mentioned previously that they'd be open to chatting with our team directly, maybe doing like some type of like engineering build or something to help out with our integration. So with all that said, the goal is for us to get an email written that I can send to them. I'll also attach our teammate Andre, and we will, yeah, get the best solution in place. But yeah, we need the email that we're going to write that will reach out to them and also form the intro. All right, we're doing this real quick before we cover the news because it's low hanging fruit. Get the email ready and written, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, let's see here. All right. All right. Just sent over that email, this email. All right, we're gonna send some send some quick messages. Amazing. Now, could you write an internal message to Andre and Andre on our team, letting them know that you just introduced them on an email chain to the people from Zapmail, and give them a little bit of context there. We're going to send this message to them directly in Slack. Ooh, these guys want early morning. Oh, early morning call. Okay. All right, we can do an early morning call tomorrow. Let's do it. Let's do it. Um, I'll actually ask him if hey, how's it going, man? Hope you had a great weekend. And yeah, that sounds great. Let's do a call tomorrow. I checked your calendar link. Uh, we could do 6 a.m. if that's the only time, but wanted to send you this quick message and check if 8 a.m. Pacific or 12:30 p.m. Pacific work, then that would be amazing. I could also do 11 a.m. So I got a few times tomorrow to speak with you and your partners, but yeah, if none of those work, we could do the 6 a.m. Just wanted to double check. Thanks, man. I'll catch you later. Peace. All right. Like some of these messages. send him a voice note. Hey, Ravi, it was amazing chatting with you today, man. Really loved the conversation, love your mindset. I'll be in touch later today with some more information and how we can keep everything moving forward. But of course, as always, feel free to pass along or ask any questions here. If you want me to get anything over to you or answer anything, I'm always available. Thanks. Bye. Hey, what's up, man? Hope you had a great weekend as well. Yeah, so right now we don't have the multi-account access. So what we could do, and this is what we've done for some other customers as a easy workaround, is we could reset your password and then just set a password that you guys could share if you guys did set it up with the login with email. That way you're not sharing your direct login to your email, and you guys can just share a password for the MyWorker account. Hope this helps. I know it's not the best solution, but it should be a nice workaround that gets you guys into the same account. All right, let's see here.
That venture capital can't scale, and our aspirations in venture capital is to be the best seed firm in the world. I actually have a strong belief that venture capital can't scale and performance at the same time. I deeply believe that. Just because we have more money doesn't mean there are more Patrick Collisons or Sam Altmans that are going to go build iconic companies. I lost a Series A of Stripe, of Samsara, of Snap, and the first one I won was a Series A of Gusto. Triple, triple, double, double is definitely dead. I tell our investors, don't bring that to me. Going from 1 to 3 to 9 to 27 is not interesting. You got to go like 1 to 15 to 20 to 100.
Are you more bullish on the future of the States with the Trump administration or not?
Interesting. Triple, triple, double, double. Let's see this.
At the same time. I deeply believe operations in venture capital is to be the best seed firm in the world. I actually have a strong belief that venture capital can't scale and performance at the same time. I deeply believe that. Just because we have more money doesn't mean there are more Patrick Collisons or Sam Altmans that are going to go build iconic companies. I lost a Series A of Stripe, of Samsara, of Snap, and the first one I won was a Series A of Gusto. Triple, triple, double, double is definitely dead. I tell our investors, don't bring that to me. Going from 1 to 3 to 9 to 27 is not interesting. You got to go like 1 to 15 to 20 to 100.
Are you more bullish on the future of the States with the Trump administration or not?
Dude, I just watched that and it is mind blowing. Holy shit. Okay. Getting some messages out to some customers, to some team members, to some partners on the product. This just gives a little context of things that are kind of necessary to do. They don't take much time. You guys just saw me, even while being distracted, fire off a couple messages to some people. But and of course AI makes this way easier. And I don't know about you, I like doing the voice notes because you can just fire off a ton of messages as if it's almost like you just took a bunch of calls, like I just heard back from the customer here. Okay. That's right. Just share that. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Amazing. Sounds great, man. Dude, I was just actually chatting with someone earlier today about SF Tech Week, and I'm so fired up. So you mentioned you're going to be there. So if that's still the case, I'll definitely be hitting you up when I go out there. Okay. So let's see here. I want to make sure we don't miss any messages here. Bouncing a lot of channels. Okay. So just to recap, for those of you guys who are just joining, today we've got a very special, very, very special stream. We're going through interviews with amazing potential leaders, future leaders, a potential future leader of MyWorker AI at the CTO role. Obviously, very, very important role. Right now, there's one. We've done 2 interviews. One of the guys we're already messaging back and forth with on WhatsApp. He seems great. I'm excited to keep the process moving forward over there. We've got a number of conversations still to come, but there's quite a bit on the way. I don't want to spoil or do too much, but we have more interviews, conversations coming down the pipeline later today. And then on top of that, we about to cover some news, guys. This is the exciting. Normally, we start with the news, right? We go through it and then we dive into some of our work blocks. Today, we got in here and we just started hopping on calls. And it's been great, but now we got a little slowdown. We've got 15 minutes. I want to get some news going. So as soon as ChatGPT loads up, we're going to cover some of this news. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So this is good news, except we already covered some of this. Still live. Okay. I love this news. This is great. For context, though, we already covered news items 3 through 6. So I know we'll cover 1 and 2, but let's also dive into other relevant news stories that we can cover that we haven't yet covered. So we'll keep the NVIDIA news and the Oracle 2 co-CEO news, but yeah, let's find some other news items as well. All right. On that note, I see no reason for us to wait. So let's dive into the news. All right. So $100 billion into OpenAI. Compute is the moat. NVIDIA's writing the check and shipping the chips. So what happened here, guys? NVIDIA and OpenAI announced a partnership framework for up to $100 billion cash and equity. $100 billion cash and equity consideration with deployments slated for the second half of 2026 using NVIDIA's next-gen systems. The LOI is signed to deploy over 10 gigawatts of NVIDIA chips. Guys, this is so much power and energy. 10 gigawatts of NVIDIA chips. To put this into perspective, in the early days of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, it's like a 25, 50 megawatt Bitcoin mining facility, megawatt, not gigawatt, 25 to 50. That was serious. I mean, you're talking about a lot of mining, a lot of Bitcoin mining going down. Not megawatts. Over 10 gigawatts of NVIDIA chips. Unbelievable. So why does this matter? It confirms a multi-year compute land grab that will shape supply, pricing, and model access across the industry. Yes, 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 yes. I mean, this is very big news. So, what is AI's take here? This is AI's take. Expect antitrust chatter. I guess maybe we're the ones kicking off this chatter. Who knows? Expect antitrust chatter, but near-term reality is scarcity. Okay. So, I mean, that's the news. That's the news. Okay. So now that we've covered the NVIDIA news, Oracle. Oracle is just in the spotlight now, just nonstop. I feel like Oracle was kind of, I don't even know the right analogy to give, but they're in the background. Everyone knew them, but they were simultaneously not in front and center quite as much. There are all these other companies. Now Oracle coming in hot. So Oracle just split the crown. Cloud Boss, I don't even know how to say this name. Cloud Boss Magukaric. Okay, I probably should have looked this up ahead of time, but we'll call him Magoo. So Cloud Boss Magoo is now co-CEO, AI, OCI, straight to the top. So Magoo is now co-CEO at Oracle. So what happened? So Clay Magoo and Mike Cecilia are co-CEOs, and Safra Katz transitions to executive vice chair after 11 years. So Katz is now executive vice chair, and Magoo and Mike Cecilia are co-CEOs. This will be interesting, seeing how these guys approach being co-CEOs. So why does this matter? Well, it's big news. So it elevating OCI's leadership signals an even harder push into AI cloud mega deals. So OpenAI, TikTok, Temu, and possibly Meta. Yeah, guys, I feel like almost daily we're covering these mega deals on from these massive AI companies. Well, it's clear, people are sold on AI being the future. I mean, it was fairly obvious, but capital's coming in. So AI's take. Expect deal velocity to accelerate. Procurement cycles could compress as Oracle chases scale. It seems like the deal velocity has been accelerating, but I guess it's only going to, according to AI, continue to accelerate. All right. Well, those were the two big news pieces that were already there. Now let's see. Okay, we've got a couple more news pieces that we can cover here. Oh, Google ad tech trial begins. Breakup avoidance push. So Google's on trial. Can they avoid an ad tech breakup? So what's happened? In DC federal court, Google opened its defense as the DOJ, the Department of Justice, case over ad tech dominance kicks off. Google argues a breakup isn't warranted. What do you think? If you were the DOJ, what would you do? Drop it in the chat. If you are in the DOJ and you are in the chat, don't drop it in the chat, because we can't be breaking this news too early. We'll cover it later. So why does this matter? The outcome of this could reshape ad inventory, attribution, and customer acquisition cost across the web. So yeah, AI's recommendation, if you want to hear it, is plan for measurement volatility in 2026. Not exactly sure what that means, but diversify channels and own more first-party data. Okay. Moving on. Meta's Llama approved for government use. Okay. What's the hook here? Llama goes gov. Llama goes gov. Meta got the green light. So this is reported from Reuters. What happened? The US federal agencies can now use Meta's Llama models, expanding the permissible AI stack beyond the usual incumbents. So in reality, of course, this is news. I mean, I didn't know too much about what the situation was in terms of if you're a government employee, how much you can use large language models, or there's certain things that are go, no-go zones. I didn't know this, but apparently maybe it was a no-go because now it's a go for Llama. So let's see why this matters. So big demand signal for open weight, low cost options. So could push eval controls in the public sector. Well, I think that, yeah, I mean, this is a big demand signal. And I mean, it's almost about time, that they got on board. Imagine how frustrating it is if you knew that AI could do so much of your work and then you're stuck doing manual stuff because you're not allowed to use it. Okay. TikTok. TikTok deal likely this week, Oracle and US investors. Oh, okay. TikTok clearance incoming. Oracle's in the room. It's the hook that it wanted me to use. All right. Wall Street Journal reports via Reuters, Wall Street Journal reports, the White House is expected to approve a TikTok deal by executive order this week. U.S. investors include Oracle, Silver Lake, taking control, U.S. hosted data. I feel like this was like massive news previously, and then we almost, at least I, forgot about it, but okay. So yeah, this is pretty cool news. So TikTok ad rails stay hot in the US. Oracle's trustee cloud role deepens. So Oracle's getting in everywhere. So if approved, uh, you know, expect a brand spend rebound on TikTok. So could be a good time to retest some paid ads there, according to AI. All right, final piece of news, and then we have a call. I got a call in a couple minutes, potentially. So $1 billion plus fusion power PPA, so power purchase agreement. So let's see what happens here. So Commonwealth Fusion. So Fusion gets real, over $1 billion power deal signed. So what happened? Eni, I don't know how to pronounce this. Eni agreed to a over $1 billion power purchase from Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Planned 400 megawatt Virginia plant aimed at data center demand in the early 2030s. So guys, we talked a little bit about this the other day, but the data center infrastructure, that game is adapting. There's more investment going into the infrastructure that's going to power these data centers. This feels like Bitcoin mining. This is all tied together. This feels like Bitcoin mining. So, I mean, why does this matter? It's forcing AI data center growth is forcing long-dated energy hedges, even speculative fusion PPAs. Yeah, the energy sector is adapting. There's money coming in. It's like rippling out through society, rippling out. Data centers everywhere. So this is a good take by AI. So it's not near-term electrons, like not super near-term, but it's a clear signal that multi-year power, secure multi-year power or get priced out, basically. they're securing the power early. All right, so we blew through that. We blew through that news. I'm going to minimize that. And yeah, we'll join this. We will see if this call happens. Hmm. Okay. Well, let's see here. Okay. Right now, we're going to respond to some customer inquiries. All right. Getting some good inquiries here. All right. I will be right back. Alrighty, got another call coming up soon. It's gonna be fun. A lot of interviews coming up. So just because I'm looking at the schedule here and we got back-to-back calls for a lot of it, I am going to try and get as much work as I can get done right now. So it might not be quite as entertaining, or maybe you enjoy. But guys, we're going to do a little bit of co-working here, okay? We're going to get Spotify open. I'm going to get some funk on. Hope you guys like funk. Hopefully you guys enjoy this. And yeah. We got a podcast recording tomorrow. With a guy named David Mandel. Shoot him a message. Some research here. All right, we are about to dive into some research on a podcast guest. I've included a little bit of information here about his company. His name is David Mandel from Emerging VC. Here's the website. We would like to figure out as much as we can about background research. What do you think would be the best approach? We can message him on WhatsApp, and yeah, basically, do you think we should ask him if there are any topics, or just give him some questions? What do you think would be the best way to get things rolling? We're gonna get the Riverside room ready. In case you guys haven't seen Riverside, this is how it looks. All right, we're gonna try and fix this on my computer. The time on my computer is broken even though it's set to Pacific. It's showing 10:18 even though it is 11:18 a.m. right now. Can you figure out what's going on and how to fix it? This shows how it looks right now. How would I fix it? All right, well, now it's good. We just had to do it manually, which is Oh, that just messed up the calendar settings. Calendar's freaking out here. I don't know why this is such a difficult time zone issue. All right, there we go. It's all synced up now. We figured it out. I had to turn off the time zone to set automatically, so it opened up the ability to turn on daylight savings. Then after that was turned on, now it's all good. Okay. Oh my goodness. I don't know why that had to be so difficult. The reason why I was doing that, just so you guys know, is because Riverside connects it to the thing on my own calendar. So there have been times where previously I'd had on guests and it messed up the scheduling because Riverside was pulling the wrong timing in. So I needed to get that stuff figured out. Okay. Hello, hello.
Hello. Hi, William. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, how are you doing?
Awesome.
Nice.
Great to meet you.
Where are you calling in from today?
I'm in the Seattle area. It's called Sammamish on the east side of Seattle.
Oh, okay, very nice. Yeah, my girlfriend's family's from Seattle, and she was out there for a little bit, but she
Oh,
just
nice.
just moved out to LA.
That's great. Yeah, LA is fun. I like LA too.
Yeah, it's been good. I grew up on the East Coast, but each
Mm,
place has its own charm where you kind of see and
exactly.
experience
Yeah,
different things. Yeah.
yeah.
How long have
Especially
you
in
been out
California, I
in
like that.
Seattle for?
I've been here more than 25 years.
Oh, okay. So you're very familiar with the area.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, well, just to kind of lay the foundation for the conversation, I was thinking that just to make the most use of the time and knowing that there's a hard stop at the 30-minute mark, I've been kind of just I got a set of questions and stuff to run
Sure.
through, but it's more so just like a conversation, getting to know you, and I want to also leave room at the end for you to do the same and just ask questions, and uh, I'll probably just bring it up with like 10 minutes left or something, so you have this space to ask questions for me as well,
Sure.
and yeah, if that sounds good, we can take the combo from there.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, amazing. Also, just I'm not sure if you notice your camera isn't showing. Is that
Oh,
intentional or is it just it's not turned on?
oh, it is. It must be turned on. Can you see me now?
No, I can't.
Okay, let me use my display video. I cannot.
Yeah,
Let,
I
let me
just
log
got this
back in.
whole like
Yeah,
setup here with like
yeah,
all these like camera and everything, but when I was
yeah,
using I had a gaming laptop that I was doing things on, and it was always just um,
yeah,
yeah, the desktop
exactly.
camera isn't the best, but better than nothing.
Yeah, let me just log back in if you don't.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Are you able to see me now?
Uh,
No.
it doesn't look like it. No. What does it show when you click on the video settings?
Yeah. Not yet.
Mm-mm. When you click on the video settings,
Mm-hmm.
and then it puts up the drop down and it shows like a couple of different cameras to select.
Yeah. So that's what I'm doing here. Visitors on this meeting, open the. Yeah, I selected the both of my cameras. I tried both.
Hmm.
Meeting
Yeah, I've never
to.
run into that issue when you're in the meeting room, like pre-meeting room, and it had you, like you select the camera there. Does it show up there?
Doesn't show up there. It's just in my Google Meet. I selected my video. Let me see here. There is camera.
Is it showing up on your end, as you're
Yeah,
doing?
on my end it is showing up.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe.
So,
Uh, I mean, what we could do, it might not be the best workaround, but we could just like, if you want to do screen share, and then
mhm.
we could just, at least that way we can like see each other,
Yeah, sure. I can do that.
Yeah.
So screen share. How do I do screen share here? Meeting tools. Oh, okay. Share screen. Yep.
Oh, this is so crazy. It doesn't look
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
I've
Sorry
literally
about
never seen now I'm like curious because this seems like a new.
Yeah. So
Have you ever experienced this before?
I have not. Sorry about this. Let me see what else I can do. Send resolution. Okay.
This is so odd. I feel like we might be the first people ever to be running into this. Are you
Are
in
you
on your
seeing
like
anything?
computer
Yeah.
or your phone? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
Oh,
This is
really?
crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh. Okay, let me hop back in 1 second. Let me see. Is there any other advice for me? So I'm just clicking the
I guess
Google
maybe the
Meet.
only thing that comes to mind is if you want to do it from your phone or something.
Okay.
I've literally never seen this bug. This is crazy. Okay. Well, we will. He's about to rejoin. I hope. This is very interesting. Very interesting. We got to stick to the schedule though, so missing out on some time here. And so as we're waiting, I'll also mute myself here. Yeah, so let's see. All
Any
right.
luck now? Are you able to see now?
No,
Wow. So MacBook Pro. How about now? Not at all, huh?
no, no. Yeah.
Just view.
Did you dial in from your phone?
Phone, the calendar is not showing on this. So, oh, okay. Yeah, let me try to join. Google should have it. Could you just ping me the link itself, the meeting link in LinkedIn messaging?
Is it? Can't you just go to the calendar invite?
So, on my phone, the calendar is not shared. So, hmm.
Yo, Stefan, what's up, dude? We're in the middle of trying to get an interview going, but his camera's not working. We've been having some good interviews today. I love it, Stefan. Let's go. We will be here.
Oh, man.
No luck getting it going.
Yeah, so this one, the phone, it doesn't have Google Meet, and I need to have iOS 17 plus on that. So it's like an iPhone 10 I have. So,
Mhm.
so there anything else here in settings? Troubleshooting. Okay. Okay.
All right, guys. We just left that meeting. um, not necessarily the best fit. I'll leave it at that. All right. So for context, we are getting Stefan, dude, we've missed you. All right. All right, guys. So we are planning the message to the guy we're recording with tomorrow. Here we go. God. I misspelled his name. I said Daniel instead of David. I cannot believe that I fucking misspelled this dude's name on the outreach. Oh my God. All right, whatever. Doesn't matter. So I'm going to say, I'm also going to send him a voice note. Hey, David, how's it going, man? It's William Samasegi here. Just wanted to shoot you over a quick message here on WhatsApp ahead of the podcast recording tomorrow at 1:30. If there are any topics, these are some areas that I thought might be interesting based on the research I did on your background. But if there are any topics that you are super pumped about and want to chat about, feel free to just toss them over here in WhatsApp. It'll be super conversational. And also feel free to let me know if there are any topics that you'd rather not chat about. And yeah, man, I'm excited. It'll be fun and looking forward to speaking with you. Take care. Peace. All right. Let's see what Andrew Chen has to say about what founders get wrong in their elevator pitch. All right, this upcoming September, new program. Back to the topic. Let's see. Speed run. After reviewing a zillion pitches over my time in the startup world, you quickly realize that if you can't give a short pitch well, 2 minutes or less, then you probably won't give a 30+ minute pitch well. Learning to do this effectively makes it easier to sell, recruit, and yes, to raise money. Here's some high-level things that are easy to get wrong in the first version of your new pitch. 1. The idea itself is boring. The magic is in the why. Brag way more about your team than you think. Wait, there's many flavors to traction. Learn how to talk about your early traction. Good product demos and bad product demos. Your story should be simple, elegant, which is a reflection of your strategy, but with enough details to bring it alive. Expanding some additional thoughts here. All right, this is interesting. I really like this thread. Let's keep it going. Okay. The idea itself is boring. The magic is in the why. Yes, we get it. Everyone is building Cursor for X or agents for Y right now. And when you're in tech, you hear dozens and hundreds of variations of this. If it gets stale, it just gets stale and boring. What's the surprising, provocative, assertive statement that you can make at the very beginning of the pitch to grab your audience's attention? What is the new tech breakthrough you're utilizing that makes this possible today but not in prior years? You need to answer this, otherwise you'll get lost in the noise. Compare yourself to big trends, big revolutions, surprise people. This is particularly true if you have discovered an earned secret from your time in another role or in building out in the market. That is counterintuitive but compelling. The problem with these standard X for Y descriptions is that they're easy to understand but lack the drama to hook your audience on the why now. The thing that kills your pitch isn't that they hate your idea. It's that they aren't listening at all because they're too bored or distracted to listen. Brag way more about your team than you think. Many of you are long-winded and vague when you talk about yourselves. You can do better. When you have your team slide, I suggest keeping it terse and to the point. We don't need to know your childhood friends. Make sure you really brag about yourself. In particular, many of you are missing the ability to add specific facts and figures. If you say that you started a successful company previously, then tell me that you went from 0 to X million in revenue. If you worked at a known product, tell me what you did there and how many millions of users did you serve. Adding little bits of data helps make your resume even more impressive. Guys, this is actually gold. This is really good. So guys, in case you didn't know, A16Z is like one of the top accelerators, the speedrun accelerator, but it's one of the top venture firms in the world. And this guy is he's running the speedrun program. This guy knows his stuff. I have a longer read on this topic here, which discusses why you need to talk about your background in a way that is different than in real life. Be the dinner party jerk. I see. An excerpt. To figure out if you are properly pitching yourself in your team, run the thought experiment of describing yourself at a dinner party. If you are pitching yourself hard, then if you are a kind human, you will turn red and blush with wild embarrassment. The reason is that a proper pitch includes many of your credentials, your achievements, and the ways in which you and your team are highly unique. And we simply don't talk like this at dinner parties. And yet, this is exactly what you should do when you talk to investors, partners, customers, and potential employees. All right, the dinner party jerk test. Let's go. Very cool. We will read the dinner party jerk test in a little bit. All right. I really like this thread. I'm gonna thank my buddy for sending this over. This is a good thread. Dude, this thread is amazing, bro. I'm gonna save this and I'm gonna read it a couple of times. All right. All right, we got another interview in a sec. And don't worry, guys. Everyone who's coming on being interviewed has agreed and knows that they're being interviewed. Awesome. Sounds good, man. Looking forward to chatting with you and your partners or partner tomorrow. Is there anything in particular you want to cover or that I should look into ahead of the call? Just feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll be there and pumped to chat. All right. Just because we got some back-to-back interviews here, I am going to, we got a lot of back-to-back calls. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before this. All right. Let's go. All right, guys, we're getting our schedules. Getting the schedules ready for the rest of the day. So 3:15 and 4 are the other. I'm gonna fire off some messages here. What's going on with some of these applicants here? Showing up late, not getting the video on. The hell? I guess it kind of makes our decision making easier, which is good. But still, it's like you'd imagine. All right. NG Stratus Ventures. Very interesting. Also, as we're waiting, guys, we're just playing around on LinkedIn. Just commenting, this guy, new fund, We'll comment. We'll reply. Question. Wondering the same thing. That, like that. We always like our own comments on social media because, guys, you got to do what you got to do, okay? And it's true. What was the like button created for? You're supposed to like something if you like it, okay? And by nature of us putting out this comment, I mean, we like it. I like that. That's why we're liking it. So we're technically just using it as the button was intended. All right, this person missed the interview. So that is a shame. It's tough out here in these streets. But actually, you know, I'm actually happy about it because I think that it makes our lives easier. Like it really does if you think about it. Less people that need to sort through. I mean, realistically, think about this logically. There's only so many people out there that could hold the role. So we've really filtered down quite a bit. Like if you just really think about how many, because we put it out to so many people, there are so many people that applied to the role, but then it's just like shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. And w- I'm messaging with some really good applicants right now. And the guy from earlier, Ravi, is a beast. I really had a great conversation. I mean, very, very smart guy. So, if anything, it's just going to give us the capability to focus more of our time on the right areas. I'm just closing out some of these other, got to close out some of these tabs. All right. While we wait, we're gonna play some music. We got a message, Joaquin. Stefan, what's good, dog? How's it going? We're hopping out of that. All right, so guys, I'm gonna give you guys a quick breakdown of what the rest of the stream is gonna look like, okay? There's a lot going on. So we've got an interview in 15 minutes, a bit under 15 minutes. After that, there's a 30-minute interview. Then we have another interview right after that. Then we have a call, internal, 1:30 to 2:30 with me and a couple of people from SAS Mining. That one I'm not 100% sure. I haven't checked if I can stream that conversation, but you know, I'm actually gonna send Kent a voice note right now, see if he's cool with it. Okay, but anyway, that's at 1:30. Whenever that call finishes up, we've got a little block the hour after that, and like a 45-minute block until our next CTO interview, and then we've got one more at the very end of the day. So far, we really like one of the guys. That's where we're at today. We've got 4 more CTO conversations to go. And we've just been knocking out tasks in between. We got prepped for our podcast recording tomorrow. What is 07? I saw you write this yesterday. I'm wondering what this means. Curious. Ah, I see. 07. Dude, look. Stefan's the best mod. He teaches me stuff simultaneously. All right, so I'm gonna send a voice note to Joaquin. Let him know. How's it going, man? Just wanted to send you this quick voice note. I saw that we just had a new video go live, so super pumped to check that out. Also, so I'm live on stream right now, but also I saw that the LinkedIn post went up this morning too. So I'm excited that we're in that cadence, getting those going. I think that that's gonna crush and just be really good to grow on LinkedIn. One idea that I'm not sure, I mean, we can talk about it another time, or you can just send over your thoughts after listening to this, is right now on the MyWorker's LinkedIn account, we haven't been putting too many posts up or too much activity. So I'd be curious if you have any ideas how we might be able to get that activity up. If you think that there are any videos that we're doing that might just be good to post through MyWorker, Or if you think the best strategy might just be like reposting the videos that get posted from my personal account with MyWorker's account, I'm open to different ideas, but just wanted to toss that out there while it's top of mind. Also, another voice note. I am interested in speaking with that woman that you mentioned who might be a good fit in helping with all these different admin tasks. So you, instead of connecting over email, if she's on WhatsApp, you could just connect her with me on WhatsApp, and then that would probably be easiest. I could just take it from there. Or if you even want to just pass along her number in WhatsApp, and then I could add her, just start messaging her. That would be awesome, man. Fingers crossed there, but definitely trust your judgment. So really hoping that works out. All right, Stefan, we got our messages off to Joaquin. Next CTO interview coming up in 10 minutes. All right, we're going to finish reading this advice. So for those of you guys who missed the first part of this, Andrew Chen, beast, one of the, he's at A16Z, part of the speedrun program. And he put out this amazing X post that we are in the middle of. We haven't finished it yet, but it talks about advice, insights on early stage founders. He lists them out here and then he dives into each. So we went through the first couple. Now we are about to dive into the flavors of traction, how to talk about your early traction. All right. So if you're an early stage company, founder, CEO, this is going to be super interesting for you. Or if you just want to know about it too, this is going to be interesting for me. So there are many flavors of traction. Learn to talk about your early traction. So you have to make the best use of your traction. Many of you are at different levels, but there's always some kind of story to tell. And being able to talk about traction at some level really punches up people's perception of how far along you are. So if you have revenue, talk about revenue. If you only have users, then talk users. If not, add quotes or talk about the traction of similar products and what you've learned. If you need more months of R&D, I suggest building a landing page wait list for your product and at least start collecting emails, titles, company names for B2B so that you can talk about your waitlist metrics and what logos are signed up. There's always a traction story, even if it's early, and it helps people imagine what you might be able to do. You might argue that a brand new startup doesn't need traction. You might have seen me post a framework in the past that looks like this. Pre-seed, bet on team. Seed, bet on the product. Series A, bet on the traction. Series B, bet on the revenue. Series C, bet on the unit economics. This is all true. However, any glimmer of traction can be a major unlock for people's view of what you've built, especially if you can sneak in a name drop or metric drop. It gets people to imagine what's special about what you're building. I also think, so 100% agree with everything that he's saying here. I actually like the way that he laid that out. I've never seen that before, but it makes perfect sense. I mean, but it's just laid out so succinctly here. Pre-seed, bet on team. Seed, bet on the product. Series A, bet on traction. Series B, bet on revenue. Series C, bet on unit economics. I feel like that is changing with AI, just because your cost to execute and get to traction is so much lower with AI. So it's interesting seeing how venture is changing. All right. Next, product demos. All right, let's go. All right, and guys, if you're watching this, this is a post from Andrew Chen. If you're watching this in a short and you hear me say and reference Andrew Chen, send it to him, you know, tag him in the post, get him on this, because Andrew, what are we doing here? I mean, we could be building stuff together here. I mean, speed runs right by here. You know what? We'll make it easy. I'll go to a speed run event and we'll meet there. I was at, actually, kind of side note, I was at a speed run event, but I did not meet Andrew there. But he's got good advice, clearly. Look at this. Stefan is funny. Guys, this is another thing. When you show up live, you get to interact live and chat. We can do things together, but that's how you're going to see Stefan's banter in chat. We can't call it out every time. So he is our mod in the Twitch chat. So make sure you join. All right. Product demos. Andrew Chen. There are good product demos and there are bad product demos. And if you're someone in front of the screen or mobile app, you can do a quick demo. So if like you've got someone there. But remember that if you share tiny screenshots of your product, no one will understand what the hell's going on. Share something zoomed in or make it conceptual. Or if the product is visual, do an animated GIF. Imagine your slides showing to the 1,000+ people and they can barely read anything under 40 size font. Can they understand what's happening with your product at a high level? This is just getting me to think. I'm like thinking through product demos right now. All right, there's something magical about showing a visual difference or transformation as part of your product experience. That is why all the various Gen AI tools are so amazing. You can share a before and after in one go. Or when a new iOS feature unlocks a bit of UX, or show the product, but show an impressive example of how a real user has worked with it. The best demos deliver quick aha in seconds, not minutes, and are visceral, emotional. It shouldn't require a lot of thinking, and if tied in with your opening hook, it should provide a big wow moment. Oh. All right. So guys, I don't think we have time to go through this next one. We're going to go through the next point by Andrew Chen in the following this next couple back-to-back interviews. So we're going to be waiting on this. This is going to be good to go through. All right. All right, guys, next interview. We're going to turn off the music. Okay, here we go. All right. We are jumping in.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going, man?
how are you? Oh, let me hold on. Like I do have this one. Somehow the task one lets me remove it. This one cancels. remove it. Wait a minute. I say cancel, right?
I
Uh,
think so. I can see and hear you perfectly right now.
oh, great. Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. How's your day been, man?
Oh, it's not bad. Like my day is good. It's not too bad at all. How's your
Okay.
day?
It's been good. Yeah, just, block and tackle one thing after the next. It's been fun.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see you are on LinkedIn, active time to time. I thought it's fun. I say, okay,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
good.
trying to trying to do as much as I can with it. But it's been great. Yeah, I noticed that you're also from Rockville.
Oh yes. Not too far from where are you? Like you're in Bethesda, right?
Yeah, I actually went to Churchill growing up. So now I'm in California on the West Coast, but I've got family in the area.
Oh, I see. Okay, so okay,
Yeah.
I see.
Well, I guess, I lay the foundation for the conversation, give you some background. I know we got 30 minutes here, and I was thinking that, you know, I've just got like a handful of questions. It'll be casual, like a conversation, but we can run through some questions. And I also want to make sure I leave some time at the end for you to just ask any questions that you might have. And
Yeah,
then at the very end, we'll finish up in the 30 minutes and then just cover next steps.
yeah, sound great. Sound like perfect.
All right, awesome, man. Well, I guess the first question is, how did you first hear about MyWorker, and what made you want to apply to the position?
First of all, I'm a very entrepreneur myself. As you can see, I've been done, like a lot of things, on site, of work like 9 to 5. I've been, like doing a lot of investment in the past. Mostly it's a startup at a C level, as a C round level. I also like invest some of them like a Series A, but mostly it's a pre-seed. And I have started some other company in the past. I also like been participate in raising fund, and that's something that I missed that for the past. I say for the past almost 10 years. I've been working a lot on the federal side, and I keep thinking myself like what am I doing, because it's something it's just like working 9 to 5. It's something that I'm not very passionate about it. Like it's something I feel like I don't contribute too much. um I just want to be part of something or create my own company. That is
Hmm.
something that right now um you know yes. I'm expecting like a startup that people, there's no 40 hours a week. I
Hmm.
totally expect that. And then that's something that I've done in the past. It's fun. And, it's very rewarding on all type of level.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and mostly like the new wave that we're doing right now, like mostly we're working on remotely, and that's something that I feel like I have a lot more control on that. So I can work uh, in the morning, even you know during the night, like every free time that I have, I cut all the bad habit and then just focus on that. So
Hmm.
that's something that right now, and yeah, so on the top of that, it's I built a lot of apps over the past, and I did make a lot of people rich, but I didn't I didn't make on myself I told myself, hey, I do have a skill set on that. I can build app, but once I got it, I built it, and then after that, I don't know what to do with it.
Hmm.
So I'm a lack of in terms of once you build the app, and then after that, what's going to be the next step, like raising fund, those kind of stuff like that. That's something that I'm lack of. And yeah, so that's in terms of IT, I work IT for many years, and uh, mostly special right now that this day we have a lot of tool we can leverage that. And there are a lot of people who don't know IT too much, but they can leverage that. But but someone who come from the background of IT, they'll leverage AI tool. Like I've been using a lot of Cloak, for example, right? Chat GPT, and like building the app that I've been built like Yup Fun. It took me like less than 2 months in able to build all that. And usually, like if we go the old-fashioned way, it might take like I'll say almost like 9 or 10 months. But like I can compress that. So
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, it's completely changed the game, what you can do now in terms of what you can build, iteration cycles, timing. It's yeah, it's crazy.
it's just the bottom line is the requirement. The requirement, it needs to be clear. Once you get the requirement clear, you can after that you can speed up a very nice code based on that. And based on that, it will give you almost like 80-90% of it. And once you get it, and then the 20%, that's the required work. That's the 20. That's at that time it requires certain skill set that people how are they gonna put all the pieces together based on that. So yeah.
Yeah. And just going off of that, you mentioned that you like that there's the tech side. You also did some investing in some startups as well. And I guess kind of in terms of some of those areas that you've worked on in the past, is there any particular area that you see overlap in terms of, maybe either companies that you've invested in or worked on, or, overlap with, this particular use case with sales and AI? Just, it's a pretty broad question. Yeah. But feel free to take it in any way that you want. We're basically just trying to figure out, like what type of alignment you see.
So once if a company is the overlap, I don't touch that. Like for example, if they have some conflict, right? If I work in certain certain company and they do have some overlap based on that, and then the other one, because of the conflict, I just don't touch that. So it's just like like anything to do with integrity in certain way, like and there like in terms of investments, like the game have changed, because like before, right, the crowdfunding, they only mostly they only open for accredited investor. But like since 1997, 1988, the game have changed, so everyone can invest. And because of that, they do have a lot of crowdfunding platform, like like Republic, WeFunder, Star Engine. So those platforms, it's been created. It's like a new entity, and then it's a lot of people that invest inside that. And yeah, and I can say like almost more than 90% of those companies is gonna fail. Yeah. So yeah, and I so I just have a chance to look at the MyWorker.ai, and as a high level, I know exactly what you intend to do. You intend to like from what I see is it does have right now, it does have like 3 type of app inside that, and you trying to it's almost like a portal that in case if you have some other later on, right, if you want to how can I, it's like if you want to expand, scale at large, so some other AI application, it's going to be inside that also. It's going to be almost like inside MyWorker.ai, right, portal inside that. Yeah. So.
Yeah, the way that the product is built right now, you can think of it as like our target customer are these founders or companies that you might not have millions of dollars lying around to hire a big sales team, but simultaneously you've got a product the customers want. You're just capped at getting put in touch with the right people. And so what our software does, and the one-liner we tell people, is it's an AI sales team as a service for these founders or people that want to get your product in the hands of the people who need it. And the reason why we focused on this band of 1 million plus businesses, like in revenue, like annual revenue, is because they don't have the resources like the massive enterprises, but there are 150,000 of them right now that could be growing much more if they had a tool like MyWorker. So it's a great audience. They need the product. It's very useful software. Whenever OpenAI or any of these other base models launch something new, our product gets better. So it's like a rising tide lifts all ships. And we're at a point now where the team's very, very lean, and we've been getting a lot of investor interest, and we're getting to the point now where we're trying to find the right foundational leaders to put into different parts of the organization and own the growth and delivery within those different parts of the organization. And so, with the CTO role, it's a very important role to try and fill, make sure that the technology is architected, scalable, we're listening to customers, we're rolling out the right parts of the product line, and we are able to scale and service all the customers that could benefit from the product.
Yes. So like that exactly the reason why I can see why you are targeting like the 1 million company, because like mostly it's almost like more than 80% there are those type of company, like the mom and pop and like a startup, right? So those are like it take mostly the like a big market already. So
yeah, and actually going off of that from like a product building perspective, there, and when you're building a startup, there are many highs, many lows, challenges that come up. I'll ask you, like, this question's mainly designed to just understand kind of how you approach different situations, problem solving, etc. And I'm wondering if there's like a particular time that one of those things happened where it was like, things are not going well, it's a disaster, you're trying to figure out how to get things working, and like basically what happened, what the situation was, like what you did, and then like kind of just explain a whole example of a time that happened.
Yeah, so like I've been working on one project, like is so the like from what I can see, it's like enable to do that, like also adapt to the situation. In terms of for example, like I used to work for a company like a long time ago back then. It's called Dillon. It's like so what they do is they host like they have the website for car dealer based on that, and I was we was building the import export for them, and like somehow the requirement has been changing, like in the middle of we've been building the import export, and then in the middle of the road, and then they just changed the direction. It's just like, hey, like right now we don't have to do the certain type of feature, like the one that I remember is like they don't want to do the like the coupon no more, so they want to cut it out, but they want to replace that by a different feature based on that. And and the point is, we have to accept it, and they have asking us to deliver that in 5 months, but we do know it is kind of like it's almost impossible in 5 months, but we still accept it. So it's end up like people they're working all late night, overnight. We work like I remember I work almost like 100 hours a week. Sometimes like more than that. I think maybe like 110, 120, something like that. And and we keep working that, and then we have some fun, and we do know like in IT, right? It can have some up and down, and there are certain time the feature that we have to deliver on certain date, otherwise they're gonna lose certain customer, so we have to deliver that. And sometimes it's kind of like it's it's hard to deliver that, but we still have to deliver that. But sometimes they have to certain scenario that we have to sacrifice some other feature, but they are acceptable feature that we can later on we can go and add it. So it's we have to juggle based on that. And right now, this day, I think it is delivering the features I think it's a lot more easier, mostly with AI. And at that time, the challenge part is we only relies on us, like like on our team. But like now is I reach a certain point that I have a lot of connection. So in case if I need certain expertise, certain that, and then I can go in and ask people for that. So there are certain people that are willing to do that for me. So it's yeah, I mean it's just like from what I can see, the most challenging part right now is it's not about implement the feature, it's about the requirement, how clear it is, like what exactly that we want to implement. And once you get that, I think it's
Yeah.
we can go. Yeah.
So what's your decision making process going off of that? Because that's a great point. How would you, like, let's say coming into an early stage startup and taking the reins in terms of trying to nail what to focus time and energy and resources on? How would you approach getting the most ideal requirements and like building an organization over time?
Okay, so yeah, so the first thing, like in able to build something, right? Like we need to understand what are we trying to build first, and then once we got that, we can convert that in some kind of like epic. I'm talking about like software. We convert that in Epic, and then inside Epic we have some user story, and based on that we do know how big it is based on that, and based on that, so it will give us will give us a big picture of like what type of resource that we need and able to do that. So we have to juggle based on that. So and it's just from what I see, it's just right now it's mostly it's like if we can see like the big picture based on that, and it's how you say that, it's almost like based of experience, right? So there are certain features, certain implementation, how long it's going to take because you've been done that before in the past, so exactly. And there are certain things that the hidden unknown, right? So what you have to do is you have to do like a little bit of R&D based on that, and then and sometimes you might also leverage your network based on that. You can go ask friends, and it's just like you use all the resources that you can. And mostly this day, like OpenAI or ChatGPT is like you have the answer. You just have the answer. And and also you're like in terms of building app, I use Claude also, and it just it's just it's make life a lot more easier. It's like it's almost 10 years before, right? It's a good time to building software, but this now I think is the best time. Also, right now is the best time because we got so many crazy tools. So
Yeah. Well, I also want to make sure that you have time to ask me questions if there are any questions that you wanted to ask.
yes, yeah.
Just looking at the time, we've got 13 minutes left. And so, yeah, just want to make sure that I give you the space if there's any questions you have.
Yeah. So what are the challenge that MyWorker that AI has?
I would say the biggest thing, and this is like any early stage startup. So a little bit about my background. I've been a tech founder for about 10 years, trying to build, grow companies. And my last company was in the Bitcoin mining industry. We dealt with data centers, Bitcoin mining with renewable energy. And in scaling it to, data centers on 3 different continents, I got to see a lot of the different stages past where we are right now with MyWorker. And I would say that to answer your question directly, the big current challenge that we're running into is where do you put time and attention in the best way possible? You have an industry that's moving so quickly, and having refined decision making on, okay, now we're going to go and find and recruit this leader. And now we're going to go and raise this capital. And now we're going to go and talk to these users and try and build these things into the product. there's a lot of different things to juggle. And the biggest challenge, I would say, has been the prioritization aspect in making sure we're executing to our fullest potential. And so right now, the big priorities for the business are getting the right internal leaders to help go and take our organization from this initial customer base to ideally as much of our target market of 150,000 founders as possible. And then two is finding the right capital partners that we can bring on board that can come in at this stage of the journey to help us get there. So I would say that those are probably the two biggest things, and where I'm personally trying to spend my time is to try and find, you know, the right people and then the right capital partners.
Yeah. If you talk about like in terms of finding people to build the app, I worked in IT for so long. I've been like, even in the Docker era, I have so many connections. So in terms of finding the right resource, that's part, I think I'm very good at. As you can see, like, the network, everything, because of the old nature of the work, I don't do a lot of activity. But still, like people, they still have to, like they connect to it and like, to accept it. And then you can see, I'd say like just LinkedIn itself, like I got almost like 1,000 something people that's connect just people. They just refer to just one. On the top of that, like in regard to crowdfunding, I've been participated in crowdfunding like many platforms. Like Republic, WeFunder, Star Engine, Micro Venture, those kind of stuff like that. I've done that for the past like few years, and in some of the connection, I do have that also. And the people like it's just like I saw a company that raised in those platforms. They was able to raise like a lot of fun, but a lot of companies they're raising too quick, because they have to give up their equity. I think that's like it's if you raise too quick, it's not very good. If you raise too late, it's kind of not very good also. But you have to raise at the right perfect time. So you don't have to give too much equity, because if you're raising a little bit too late, so you can like some other competitors, they can go and progress more than you. So it's just so that's other than that, I think like in terms of position itself, I've been dealing with a lot of technical. I being like a software developer, a technical like a lead architect, solution architect, also even in like the level of CTO. And it's I can say like the English is not my first language. My first language is French. So sometimes you may hear some certain accent that is a little bit French, a little bit here, and then I just it's just like I went to school at Montreal, so since like it's everything's French until until the time that I worked in the US. So
well, I'm jealous. You speak more languages than I do, it sounds like.
Oh yeah, I speak three languages.
Yeah, I speak English, and then I know a little bit of Spanish just because I took it in school, but my Spanish is not that good. I could, my accent, I can say the words, people will understand it, but it's just so clear that it is not a language that I speak very often.
Yeah, but you are in California. You're gonna speak well in Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, the most important one that I know is English, and thankfully I have that one down.
Yeah. Let me see if I have other questions. Like, the other question that I have, like, I see in site you do have also like a CRM, in terms of it's not I do know like they do have like the main product, right? But underneath that they have another one. Is this CRM, the AI CRM?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have it on the website. In reality, our focus is the AI sales product. It actually reminds me of a quote that the CEO of SAS Mining told me, which is it's hard to ride two horses with one ass. And us trying to ride both and do both product lines would be too distracting and too difficult to do one really well. So we're focused on the AI sales team as a service for founders.
Oh, great. So the other questions I have for you, like as you have mentioned, like MyWorker, it do have some interest of the investor. What is your plan in raising fund in the next 5 months, 6 months from now, or?
Yeah, well, I would say that the big thing for us at the moment is we're actually speaking to some right now, but it's been more like fielding interest. And I haven't really been spending time on outreach yet. But what I want to do is I want to get all of our ducks in a row. That's one of the reasons why, we're going hiring for this role and getting every single piece set. Because at that point, like imagine you're an investor, you're going to see, okay, well, they've got a product, they've got a great team, they've got a big differentiated market and vision to go capture that market. They've got a sound approach to acquiring customers. We'll have the full package of really what you'd want going into like a seed, potentially Series A level round. But we're going to be coming in at such an early stage. And so from our point of view, we want to be able to, just like how we're with trying to find the right internal generals and leaders that are going to go and scale the organization. We want to be in a standpoint where we can do that with whoever the potential investors are and bring the right capital partners on board. And I think that is, I mean, at the end of the day, in AI, capital is important. You want to bring on those right partners. And yes, to directly answer your question, there is an order of operation to things. And in terms of timing, our goal would be to do it within the next 3 months. I think that that's very achievable. I think that we could do it in less, but it really comes down to how quickly can we get all of our ducks in a row and move that process along.
So, yes. So let me tell you, like, there's a lot of people that like as you can see, you have many candidates that's been submitted on regarding to the CTO, but in terms of someone understand the startup, the feeling of it is they don't have a lot, and I can tell you I'm one of them. I do understand that. I've been involved in startup. I've been helping a lot of startup. I've started startup in the past also, and it's just like it's on you. Like if you feel like you always want to be part of something, even if you're like you still have to work 9 to 5, but you still want to do something. You start something on your own, and I do know like you have the same thinking as I do. So that's why you have your mining, and then after that you start this one. It's just it's on us, and we keep driving. So no matter what. So and for me, it is the most challenging part is finding the right people, because not a lot of people that have the same drive. Because I worked with a lot of people in the past, and is the reason the product didn't go to do well because the people they give up. Some of them they just like because they don't see the momentum, and then they just give up on that. And it's just like somehow if you can find like 2 people that have the same vision, the same thinking, it's gonna fly. It's gonna fly. So
yeah.
Yeah, and I see the potential of MyWorker. The time is big. That's big because you target like mostly the small one, right? But that's mostly I can say it's more than 80% of it, and it says everybody need that product. Like it saved them time. It saved them money. Mostly it's the timing. It's MyWorker can save them a lot of time. So, and money also.
A lot of time and money, yeah. Well, I will say that it's been amazing to see how easy it is to sell customers, like pitch them. I feel like you can kind of tell when there's a product market fit type of alignment or not. And it's been great to see that customers get it. They see like, oh, this can save me a ton of time. Like, yeah, I'm going to get on MyWorker because it's going to save a lot of time. So, and money. Yeah. Okay, well, how about this? Just because we're at the time, to close it off, this week we're doing interviews. I'm speaking with a number of people. We'll be in touch over email. In the meantime, if you just want, feel free to send me like a follow-up if you have any questions, or if you end up wanting to like use the tool and play around with it, then you can let me know and I can activate premium on your account so you can actually see it. But yeah, and if there's any like feedback and stuff that you have or things like that, feel free to toss it along. That said, I'm having a lot of conversation. I'm going to do my best to stay on top of it. But this week is the bulk of like the conversations with the people that we took to this round.
Yeah, so like you answered to my questions. Like the other question, I didn't I wasn't intend to send you an email later, but it's like if you can give me the premium access, I want to play with it. I want to see it. I want
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's
Sounds great. Well, that was my alarm. It was amazing speaking with you. Thank you for the time and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yes, same to you.
All right. Awesome. Take care.
Okay.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, guys. So now we have another interview. I wish I had some time to share some thoughts, but can't be showing up late to an interview. That's going to look bad on us. So we're hopping in right now. Hello, hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Hi, William. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, it's
Can
been a
my
fun
window-
day.
I share something to you.
Oh, sorry. One more. There was a notification popping up on my screen that kind of I couldn't hear what you said just then.
Yeah, I share my presentation with you. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see the screen.
Yeah, I presented my recent work at American Express. We use agentic AI solution to modernize legacy business process automation platform. And at American Express, we use Pegasus platform. Probably never heard of it before. And Java developer, a big Java team, they developed ACE Studio.
Oh.
And, we also use Kafka. I was Java developer before, so communication with them, no problem. But since 2016, when I worked at Capital One, more focused on Python program, machine learning, and natural language process. We use LangGraph as agent framework. In the first couple of months, there's only one person, me, work on this project, except my boss. My boss actually is the head of technology at the American Express. He's a big boss. He manages over 50 people. Too busy to be involved in this project. And so in the first couple of months, I was the only one person there. I did other POC. I tested the other agent framework, but we finally chose LangGraph to move forward. We also test the different large language models, Google Gemini, Azure, OpenAI, GPT-4.1, and also Llama 3. We finally move forward with Google Gemini. And here are one use cases like American Express or credit card, gift card, new product, new service to be on board. This is like a gift card, refund process to be on board. And those business process definition from the business team. They use PDF, but use natural language. And we use Google Gemini to generate such complex business process diagrams. And it's very complete. Before using agentic AI solution, it took like a business team more than 1 month. Manually. And also time-consuming electron is very difficult to validation. After using agentic AI solution, we can minimize it to like 1 week work.
Yeah, thank you for sharing this. Also, just to, I guess, set the foundation for the conversation, and also want to say that took a look at your background and everything, and all the conversations that we're having. You're definitely amazing at what you do, and so what we're doing with these conversations is I just have like a couple of like it's a casual conversation, but just some questions to ask to kind of hear about how you think through solving problems, approach different scenarios, and then I also want to leave time at the end for you to be able to ask me any questions about the company, the vision, whatever it might be. And
Sure.
we'll take the conversation from there. We'll leave a few minutes at the end just to be able to run through, I guess, like, next steps, what the whole process is like. And yeah, then we'll finish within the 30. How does that sound?
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, amazing. Well, the first question I like to ask, and I'm always very curious about, is how did you hear about MyWorker, and what interested you about the company that made you want to reach out?
Yeah, I checked your LinkedIn profiles and also went to your company's website and use AI for marketing. Yeah, it's interesting to me. And everybody needs to learn kind of selling something like that, and not just selling a product, also selling service and convince other people using AI. And it's actually our daily life, daily work.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like AI is bleeding into every single industry. I'm curious. Is there's like a particular area? It's kind of a broad question, but like what your overall thoughts are in terms of AI being integrated, particularly into sales or the sales process as a whole.
Yeah, this year actually is agentic AI year. So I'm more interested in using like agentic AI solutions to be your product or service to enhance your existing solutions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not replace just like what I did at the Marketplace. We don't use agentic AI to replace existing business process automation platforms. Just want to modernize and enhance. That's my perspective. I probably don't want to disrupt your business. Yeah.
No, that's understandable. And in terms of like overall, how you kind of look at like the startup world in general, like
Yes,
what's
I worked at several cyber companies before. Some like early stage startups, like hedge fund, and also like media companies like Pictelia and like Colo, and yeah. So I'm familiar with the startup culture. Yeah.
yeah.
And
I'm
also,
curious, like
yes,
what made you want to like dive, or what makes you want to dive back into like really like the earliest stages of a startup? I mean, granted, it's a very different world with like, when you got a small team versus like a massive team. Like what's kind of prompting you to want to dive into the startup universe of like super early stage?
yeah, like seeing like moving, much faster than the banks and big, big like financial service company like American Express, just for example. And I tested it, and I wanted to use Google Gemini. But it took me like a couple months to get access to Express.
Yeah.
The startup was probably just 10 minutes.
Yeah, a couple minutes versus a couple months. Yeah, definitely a different piece.
This is a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
And like GPU and I cannot really like install GPU by myself. I can express, I have to work closely with other teams, and got to politics and negotiation, and not so easy. So I think this year the agentic AI year, and other things we can deploy in production, and we're talking real money, real revenue instead of POC MVP now. So we have to move fast.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
like
great.
2 years ago, a lot of startups probably over 95%, AI company probably died this year. Yeah, it's too early. This timing is very important.
Yeah. Yeah. The timing's very important. The market's moving very quickly. In terms of the, I guess the spot where you're at in terms of how you like to, or maybe I can give you a little bit of context on where we're at with the company, because I'd be curious to hear how you'd approach it. Right now, we're at a point where we've got an initial product in market, we've got initial customers, we're getting inbound interest from investors, which is fairly new to me. That's how I feel like we're going in the right direction, and it's trying to juggle all these different areas, and we're trying to bring in the internal leaders that are going to go and help take the company like through this next round as we scale, fund, build teams. And so, the culture, the work ethic, the values, everything is very important for this type of a role. And it's I'm going to leave it broad intentionally, but I'd be curious, like, in terms of coming into an organization at this type of a stage, like what some of those things that you think are important are in setting the foundation, or how you'd approach, you know, setting things up to be able to grow into a much larger and established, or a company that can really accomplish its mission and vision to like integrate AI into the workforce that brings joy and creativity into the people who use the products.
Yeah, like your team probably did a very good job in the early stage, test, tried a lot of stuff, did a lot of POC, MVPs. So when we talk about the next stage, next level, quality, privacy and those kind of things probably become, and also latency issues and throughput issues, those kind of things probably becomes more and more important. And you mentioned they talk about the scale up, more users coming. Probably, it's probably challenging still, probably challenging in existing product, but when we move to the next level, scalability, data privacy, those kind of stuff, and getting more important. And because I worked in many banks, so I worked in 9 banks, and the big companies like American Express probably can help your team.
Yeah, you definitely have the understanding of the scalability aspect, working at that many banks. Yeah,
like I just present my recent work. Currently, we have 20 users, and they're all American Express full-time employed. But in the future, we want just like normal customers also use system. So we talk about mini level. American Express big company, we have millions of customers, and so scalability was scaled to the next level. So the scalability is very important. So that's why we developed the whole systems, the main components developed independently as possible, and also we'll deploy it and scale them individually, independently.
And how would you, I guess, how would you approach like the team building aspect of it? So, coming in and trying to, continue to I guess, get everything functioning in like how would you, I guess, run things, being able to like come in and try and build something up?
Oh yes, this is a very good question. I mentioned this project. I was only one guy the first couple of months. Then later, after we finished the POC and then my boss head of technology here, and I helped him to recruit more people, and we have 5 other people working closely with him, and so always like the small scope, some POC, test something, make sure it works first, and then build the team gradually, adding 1 or more guys. So I think, I'm too busy in something, and so we did like Python program or software engineering or knowledge graph, our NLP guys, something like that. Add one by one.
Yeah. Okay. And coming from the background,
also, like companies actually big companies like in the consulting. I'm actually in my consulting. I'm not full-time employed. This is also the good method. Full-time employed, the onboarding process takes much longer.
yeah.
And,
much longer.
Yeah, we can, and also offshore teams like banks. I usually work closely with those like offshore teams like in India, in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Different time zones. Some people actually from like South Africa, Argentina.
I've been there. Yeah, I remember when I was
You
building
from
my
Argentina?
first tech company. I was working with people in India.
Yeah.
So I've worked with people, yeah, all around the world,
All around the
India,
world. Yeah.
Bangladesh, Pakistan, yeah, Europe, all over the place. Yeah. Um, okay, so I guess the next piece, and I guess it ties to what you mentioned in terms of your background. But do you have like contacts that you would also be interested in outside of the development side, like maybe on the investment side as well?
You mean, okay, estimate that like how big the team will be? Your
The
company? The only startup is probably just like from, I guess, from like 4 or 5 people is not enough. It depends on your budget, your revenue, and your funding. Usually early stage, less than 5 people, or 5 or less than 5 people.
yeah, yeah. So I guess
Also,
the
no, we have AI. Like, why? Why we
that's a
still
good
need
point.
junior guys? No, no junior guy, please. Yeah, all
Yeah.
those work we can use AI. Probably in the future when we have like more than 20 people, we can find some interns, junior guys. But the early stage, we don't need the junior guys.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
we
Early
use
stage, we can keep it tight, and we
we
don't
use
need too
AI,
many.
yeah, AI Copilot.
Hmm. Yeah. Okay. And so on the recruitment and build out side, you also have contacts that you would, as we grow, you know
Yeah,
who you'd be
I
able
have,
to recruit.
yeah, I have some like partner and
Okay.
yeah, from China, from India, or from Eastern Europe.
Okay. That's good. It's definitely important to have the contacts. And then in terms of the overall uh, in terms of the overall scaling and growth of the company, what do you are there any particular areas that you envision that are going to be very important for us in the sales and AI world? Like any particular areas that you're paying attention to in particular?
I guess based on the website, the company website, and so we don't need like the big R&D team. It's crazy, and we no, we don't need like 5 tuning some large language model. It's crazy. Let's forget about it. Probably if you develop some like mobile applications, probably in the UX, probably probably very important.
Mm-hmm.
You need some good UX guys, user experience, user friendly, more users coming.
Mm-hmm.
This is very important. And sometimes probably technology side probably not so advanced, but the design is so users happy. They want to spend time on your service product. That's okay. We can get better on technology side.
Mm-hmm.
Always like user friendly, user experience first.
Yeah. And from a user experience customer testing perspective, what would be your approach in terms of how to iterate on based on customer feedback? Is there like a particular way that you try and look at product improvements and implementations?
Yes, no, we have AI. We can use AI to analyze the user feedback, summarize, and get the points. And I know, like latency actually is probably very sensitive to users. It takes too much time to get some responses. Forget it.
Yeah, like take all the transcripts and put it into AI.
Yeah,
The smart part.
they always provide some simple question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, simple answer first, just less than 1 second. Just give some nothing. Something is better than nothing.
Yeah. It is a good answer. Yeah.
Later
Okay.
on, okay, no, because you give me several more seconds, so I give you more advanced
Uh-huh.
answer, something like that. Easy answer first, always.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Also, just because I want to make sure that you have time to ask any questions and I can answer, give you some background. Do you
Yeah,
have any
like
initial questions?
yeah, if you don't mind, please talk about funding milestone and yeah.
Yeah, I can succinctly just give the full history. So, I mean, quick background on myself. I've been a tech entrepreneur and founder for the past 10 years. And my last company, relevant in the sense of like data centers, we were focused on Bitcoin mining with renewable energy. And so very early on, uh, like today, the business has mining facilities on 3 different continents, like US, Paraguay, and Norway. But early on, and as the company was scaling, I went through a leadership change at that company where I stepped out of the CEO role because our COO at the time, he was just an amazing leader. And I thought that he would grow the company better than I would in the CEO role. And so, had 9-figure sales targets in the solar industry previously, had been head of his section at a publicly traded company. And I realized that that company's in good hands. I want to go and build something in AI. I could see very early on that as you throw more compute, the increase in intelligence was astronomical. And so I realized that fundamentally you're going to be able to build better businesses. The world is going to look very different. Just like if I said, look, I'm going to give you unlimited money to build Amazon before the internet, it would have been impossible. And with MyWorker, with unlimited money, if you don't have access to the large language models, you can't deliver our product or service. And so in terms of just the pure milestones funding, we started back in February of 2024, raised from a few angels, and then the majority of, so 150K from angels, and then 650K in funding to date. The rest was put in outside of angels, is put in by me and my partner at SAS Mining. And then in terms of where we're at today, we're getting ready to go and raise a next round, which our metrics are more like a company at the seed stage, but in total, we haven't raised too much capital compared to some of our direct competitors. And we're charging $99 to $499 a month for the product. We've got a pipeline of potential customers, but we're at a spot now where we're drinking from the hose, where it's hard to manage all these areas, which is why we're looking at these conversations with interested investors, trying to find the right internal leaders to take ownership over either the technology and the product, or different areas of the organization, and then going to go and raise a round to try and help supercharge the growth of the company. So it's a very pivotal moment. We've got interested investors, and we're getting ready to go and raise the actual round, but we're simultaneously making sure that we've got the generals in place to scale it up.
Understood. Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot to answer my question. And it looks like your team did a very good job in
Thank you.
Subscribe.
Yeah, I gave we covered a lot there in like a minute or a minute and a half. Yeah. But that's the history of the company, kind of and then in terms of where I see this going and the competitive landscape and the differentiation, there's a lot to cover there. But in short, from a differentiation perspective, I think that you have a couple of different buckets. There are tons of sales tools, AI sales tools, things like that out there. But I think that the large majority of them, you see them fall into the bucket of a tool that might try and launch a workflow or might launch an AI feature. And I think a lot of those companies are going to disappear. I think that they're going to be destroyed by one of the subsequent OpenAI large language model releases. Then I think that you've got this much smaller subsect of companies that are going to actually do well. And they're going to be the companies that find a particular target customer and use case, and they are AI native, which basically means every time the surrounding infrastructure gets better, their product gets better. So it's like a rising tide lifts all ships. And the way that when we hopped on, that you kind of mapped out the architecture, those types of approaches, when done right for a use case, I think those companies are going to do well. Then I think that you have the incumbents that are playing a game where they've got capital and they're picking winners, trying to acquire, and then are going to have to go up with some of the up and comers that don't get acquired and don't sell. And I think that zoning into today where we're part of that AI native bucket. We're primed for growth. There are a couple competitors backed by some of the top VCs in our industry that have gotten a lot of funding that started before us. And I think that we're right at this crux or tipping point before you're going to see this massive growth for our organization. It's like the water's been building up on the dam and like it's ready to break. And I'm just trying to make sure that we have the right foundation, the right leaders in place for when we break that dam and then go and grow.
Yeah, you mentioned foundation. So my opinion, using Google stuff, Google Gemini, using Google GCP, they have GPU, and they have cloud. And Google probably in the future or sooner or later they have some like a team working on same use cases. Your team is working on. So my suggestion is sell the company to Google as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, and those are all very long conversations that we could talk about for hours and hours, like digging into any one little piece of that. I am looking at the time; it's 1:24, so we probably have time for like one more question, and then I can give an overview of how the whole process is being run and what next steps might look like.
I'm okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we can just dive right into that. Yeah, so today, tomorrow, and later this week, we're running through the whole gambit of all the conversations with like the small short list of people that we're speaking about the role. And in reality, the way that we're approaching this is because it's such an important role and like a foundation of the company, picking that like that leader. It's like a CEO within the organization. Trying to be very intentional about it, having conversations, and then assessing fit. It's going to be an ongoing conversation for the people that we move to the next part of the round, where like I'll give you guys my number on WhatsApp. I'll literally be available to answer any question, give you that context, and then just get a sense of what it's like communicating on an ongoing basis and how things might work. Not necessarily rolling out any things, but just understanding the communication aspect and mindset more than we could ever do in like a 30-minute call. And then the goal is, hey, we would love to have this role filled in the next 3 weeks in terms of just alignment of knowing who's going to be taking that role. And between now and then, it's going to be a lot of back and forth on WhatsApp, future conversations, things like that. That's how we're thinking about it and how I'm trying to run the process. It's not, like a large organization where it's like, there's this, and then there's this call, and then this call, but it's more of getting a real sense of what that communication would look like, feel like, and trying to shape alignment over the coming weeks.
Understood. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, awesome, man. Well, I really enjoyed the time and the conversation. We'll be in touch over email. Maybe if after this call, if you want to shoot me an email and just like let me know if you have any initial thoughts, any questions, and then I'll respond to that and we can keep the conversation going.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks a lot. Okay, have a nice day.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, have a good one. Take care.
You too. Bye.
All right, looking at the chat, we got Leo and Andres in the chat. How's it going? And Stefan in the chat too. We are getting ready to hop on another call. Yeah, my alarm is going off here. Andres, you have what do you mean you have the VR glasses? Damn, dude. You know what we should do? Potentially later today, but definitely, if not today, tomorrow, is we got to get like a Riverside recording link where you come on with your glasses and you kind of give like a demo or something, and we can get it clipped up too. I think it would be cool. I want to see what you got. I got my Meta Glass appointment on October 1st. Oh shit, I might not be in town now that I'm thinking about it. Damn. Wait, I got to double check my yeah, I'll figure it out. I got to get these glasses. You bought them. Damn, Andres, you're becoming a Mark Zuckerberg fanboy, dude. You bought the Meta Quest 3 today. I didn't realize that you're so obsessed with Zuck, man. Damn, dude. We got to get you a Zuck t-shirt. Okay. The Zuck. Okay. Guys, I unfortunately don't think I'm going to be able to take this one on stream. What I will do, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to mute myself. Oh, how am I going to do this if I can't take this on stream? All right, here's what I'll do. I'll play music and mute myself. The big thing for me is like, especially just like when you're lifting a lot too, you're not as loose as you can be when you're playing tennis. That helps a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I played the other day for the first time in a little while, and I played after hitting like a back bicep day where, you know, on a lot of those lifts, your grip strength, you're holding really tight. So my grip was kind of, yeah, it was just shot by the end of the workout. And by the time I went to go play tennis, I was worried, but it was so weird because in a weird way, it almost helped that my grip strength was so shot because it just got me to loosen up because it was so tired already that I just had to be loose if I wanted to be able to play. Which I was not expecting because, like, you know, tiring that out right before, probably a bad thing, but especially because I haven't been playing, it almost forced me to do the right thing and just stay loose. Yeah, right now I'm in I've just been in the routine of just lifting a lot. So I haven't been playing much tennis or a lot of these other sports, but I've been lifting and then doing some cardio, like the Stairmaster. I play sports every once in a while, like whenever they're available. Like I'll always say yes to it, but my normal schedule that I'm in is just, I'll go to the gym and then maybe do some cardio at the beginning or the end. But it's always more fun to get out on court or something. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Alexander, I think you were mentioning how you'd want to do it, or the timing or something. Yeah. Yeah, there's a dashboard, and that's really the way that we'll, if you guys are open to the weekly or bi-weekly calls, we'll be able to run through all the metrics, see which campaigns perform the best, and then how many, basically the interest rates, how many meetings, everything else were yielded by those. And those would inform our subsequent tests for the following week or 2-week period. Yeah. In terms of sales, we wouldn't know that, so that would be something that would be tracked manually. But everything up until the meeting, we can track. Yeah, and I can talk a little bit to that if that works. So the initial call, as soon as we kick it off, that one's very quick. It just once the account's set up, we go and acquire all the domains, get all that set up, and connected to the account and warmed up. So that doesn't really take much time. It's just like a quick 15 to 30 minute call. In that warm up period of 2 weeks, we would just connect for one call that, just to be safe, we could build in an hour, Alexander. It could just be you or you and Petar, depending on if we want him to help craft the campaign ICPs and company info. But that just needs to be filled out once for the company to fill it out, the context. And then that initial set of ICPs, but it's an hour-long call. So it's basically like a 15 to 30 minute call, an hour-long call. Then there's the kickoff, which is like a 30-minute call. And then depending on if you guys want to have a weekly or a bi-weekly call, then that would be like a 30-minute call, or 30 to 60, depending on how much you guys want to launch. So that's like the overall time commitment. Yeah, what Yeah, the way that we handle it is it's like estimated at like 1,000 outreaches to like 1,000 fresh leads per month with those 5 domains. And like actually being delivered, not like because some people you could push them harder and get like slightly more, but the thing is if you push them too hard, then they get burned. And then that domain's out, and then we got to buy a new one, set it up, warm it up for another 2 weeks, and then it kind of like slows down. And we can push them hard and maybe try and get a bit over the 1,000, but it could end up skewing the data if we push them way too hard, and then the messages aren't landing in the inbox. So with like the amount that I can give you and be like, hey, we can hit this many, we can hit 1,000 a month, and on average after that, like in total for those 5 domains, that would be like average of like 10 a day going up to like a bit over 20 a day of like fresh emails being sent out, not including the warm up emails that are going in and out. Yeah, that's where it varies by industry. It's like it might be like 0.25% on the lower end, and then on the higher end, like closer to 1. But it really like it's different by industry and what the offer is, and that's what the weekly calls are, because we're going to test different types of messaging approaches, whatever we can do to see what's getting hot buyers on the phone. And that's why like the more domains we have, the faster iteration we can do tests and get data and hone in on what works. Because with each domain, it can be attached to one campaign and send out a certain number of emails a day. But that's why I'm like just trying to set expectation up front, saying if we only do like 1 for 3 months, like 1,000 for 3 months, that's only so much data that we can test across 12 different ICPs. $1,000 a month on average. That first month you're going to probably get a little bit less, and then afterwards probably a tiny bit more. Yeah. Five. Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing too that that I think is good about the business model is, like, let's say, because it's a high cost product in the sense of, like, hey, someone buys and most of our business is repeat business. If we can get a couple of people in the door, I think that, you know, just the nature of the customer service that's been built, that being really good, I think could help convert more, especially them being taken care of by like Alexander or Petar. And then there's also just the high level number. I mean, if you really think about number of total impressions that are just going from the emails being sent out, you'll probably be at over a, let's just say like a 50%, or I would be surprised if we were under 50% open rate, which means that per 1,000, it's not a lot, but it's still a decent number of like people looking and hearing about what we're doing. So like from a marketing aspect, especially as numbers ramp up, there is a marketing aspect played to it as well. That, yeah. But the big thing is we need to get the data on conversion. Yeah, because it all comes down to the direct KPIs, how many sales are coming for sure.
someone creeping through the door. They found the key to my mind, hidden on the floor. I tried to scream, but my voice was gone. And they stole every part of me I used to own. Never been before, never been before.
We're gonna unmute. You guys still there? Let me see. Okay, apparently our friend sent us a link. We'll see if this works. This would be very cool if it worked. Leo, how's it going, man? I just joined that link that you sent over. I was in a meeting. Yeah. All right. Well, let me see here. I am in meetings until 4:30. But the thing is, I'm hitting the gym later, right after. I mean, I probably won't be able to do it until late tonight or sometime tomorrow. Tomorrow would probably be better. All right. Sounds good, man. All right. Talk to you later. See ya. All right. Let's see here. Workout at 4:30. I'm gonna be like, could we do 5? All right, guys. I will be right back. All right. Guys, I appreciate you co-working, hanging out, doing this stuff with us. So I'll give you a little bit of I just need to stand. We've been sitting all day. I need to stand. So get stretch a little bit. Oh, you're heading out, Stefan? Damn, sorry that I was on that call for an hour. But dude, amazing seeing you. Hope you have a great day tomorrow. Yeah, very appreciative. So, rest of today, we have in about, let's see, 30, yeah, in about 30 minutes, we're doing another CTO interview. Oh, no, I'm not ending the stream. I thought you were saying see you like you were leaving. No, we're going to be here for the next until 4:30, hitting the gym at 5. So we will be here. We've got some cool stuff coming down the pipeline. I'm excited for let's go, Stefan. Dude, guys, Stefan doesn't give up. Stefan is here. He's making sure that we're all on track, okay? So we've got 2 more CTO interviews. I've got very exciting news from that last stream that, or not last stream, that last call that I had. We're going to be, actually, you know what? I'm going to break the news. Even though they wanted to, like the CEO, sales, they wanted to just have the conversation just in private, which I understand. There are going to be times where you just want to have a conversation, not broadcast and streamed. So we had the conversation. It was it was a good conversation, and we are going to start having some, I don't even know what to call them, but ultra special sessions with reps from SAS Mining, and really trying to ramp up the outreach for SAS Mining. Did Tan win? You know, I would have to say no, unfortunately. Not a win. But there is one guy that, Stefan, you weren't here for this part of the stream. He's really good. I already messaged him on WhatsApp. We're gonna keep the conversation going. So to catch you guys up on the CTO role, we had one guy who'd been introduced to me earlier. Yeah, we got one guy who was introduced to me through a personal contact ahead of all the calls today, and he's actually been really good. We're diving into details. He also is on a like visa or something, so we're getting all of his stuff figured out, seeing if it's even feasible for him to be able to take the job. Then there was the one guy from earlier. So we've got 2 guys in the running right now. We've got some more interviews lined up, and then we've got a couple final people that I got to follow up with and check out on the job posting side, like people who've applied. So so it's been a good process. I'm very excited, very, very excited. So with all that said, we're going to keep the process rolling here. I'm going to, there's a number of things to do. I'm going to grab my coffee from the other room, and then we are going to dive in. But guys, there's so much happening right now. So much happening. Yes. Guys, Stefan is becoming an expert in business, hanging out on the stream as our mod, and now learning firsthand. You guys are going to see a lot of activity. I didn't realize my girlfriend had brought in coffee while I was in one of the interviews. She brought in coffee and protein bars. That was very nice of her. Okay. First things first. We don't want to be a bottleneck. We got to keep some conversations moving forward. So I am going to check WhatsApp. Awesome. All right, perfect, guys. Also, tomorrow is going to be an amazing, amazing conversation. I'm looking at some of these questions, things that are lined up. That's going to be great. Going to be great, guys. So I'm going to say, amazing. Thank you so much for sending these over. Super excited for the conversation tomorrow. I'll make sure we touch on these. And until then, I'll catch you later. I am pumped. Okay, guys. Got back to David. Let's check these other final pieces. We get back to our team. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get a voice note sent over to Andre. Hey, how's it going, man? Wanted to give you the quick update on a couple of things. So, in terms of the CTO position, we've got two people right now that I think are really good. So I'll keep you in the loop with how those progress. I'm just going back and forth with them on WhatsApp and just getting the sense of their communication style. But hopefully, I will have someone for you to chat with soon. And then in terms of, or actually, I'm going to send it in a separate voice note. Wanted to separate this. This one is actually bigger news related to the product side. So, for context, we just closed a customer for 3 accounts, so it's going to be $1,500 a month. But the big thing that would really allow them to scale much bigger is if we were able to implement or tap into some of those additional data sources that are within Appify that you had showed me previously that we chatted about, but we haven't fully implemented. Would love to like hop on a call maybe sometime whenever you're free, really, but later today, tomorrow, whatever works, and we can chat through a little bit more of the details and figure out how a larger potential use case leveraging some of those areas could work. But anyway, I'll wrap it up here. Pumped to hear from you, man. All righty. Final piece of, you might be thinking, what does one of the best investors think about how to differentiate yourself as a startup? Well, we actually covered some of them earlier. I'm just going to recap the high level without digging back in. You know, some of the things that are easy to get wrong. The idea is boring. You're not bragging enough about your team. You're not talking about your traction properly. Not bragging properly. You're giving bad demos. There are bad demos and there are good demos. That's another key insight. And then finally, your story should be simple and elegant. Okay? Keep it simple, but with enough details to bring it alive. Okay. So that's the final part that we're about to dive into. Simplicity is a good thing. So, oh, he's written about this before, but repeating it here is what he wanted to do. All right. The clarity of a startup story means clarity in their strategy. The story is the strategy. This is a skill. It takes tremendous time and energy to parse back your startup's core idea into a short series of truths with strong local connections in between. The process of paring down the idea is hardcore prioritization. Knowing what parts of the idea are core and must be done right away, and what parts are irrelevant or can be done in the future. A clear narrative forces strategic trade-offs. This is beautifully put. Good job, Andrew, Mr. Chen. All right. But it goes on. It goes on. It takes no skill to have massive complexity. We can all brainstorm a ton of ideas, throw all the exciting, trendy technologies into our idea, and make a go for it. But these messy stories reflect strategic indecision and avoidance. And the resulting unclear strategy will repel potential customers, investors, employees, and partners. They don't know who you are or what you're really doing because you don't either. Okay, before we continue, I will tell you, this is like so true. Okay, it's just, we've all been there. You've been at an event, you've been speaking to someone who's excited about their idea, but as soon as you start asking or digging into it, it's like, what's going on here? Like, there's no clarity, there's no strategic thinking. They're like a tissue in the wind getting blown about. You don't want to be the tissue in the wind getting blown about. You want to know where you're going, at least have it be defensible. And, sometimes things will blow you off course, but you need to know your story, your mission, your vision, at least have an idea. So how do we do this? Let's continue reading this. So the best stories are a form of lossy compression, where they leave out 90% of the operational detail, but still hit the emotional and strategic truth. This is actually put in a really good way. I didn't think about it like this, but it's true. Guys, no one cares about your detail. That's going to put people to sleep. No one wants to know about all this operational BS. Get focused on the vision. Obviously, you need to have everything, but get focused on the narrative. If someone asks you about your day, are you going to wake up and be like, all right, well, first I opened my eyes, and then I took in a breath, and then I stood up, and then I walked to the back? No, those are not important details. Got to focus on the big picture. We interviewed leaders, potential future leader of MyWorker on the tech side. We went, closed deals, iterated on product. Focus on, I guess maybe that's even too many details, but either way, you got to get the narrative right. This is true. Everyone can work on it, including myself. Okay. So you leave out 90% of the operational detail. Okay. They ring true as soon as the words leave your mouth, and not because they are obvious statements. After all, we get tired of hearing the same things, but rather because they make observations on the reality of the world, new way that cuts through the noise. They contain a secret that's surprising and compelling. The best narratives tap into feelings, not just logic. Yes, that's true. Got to tap into the feelings. Got to remove the logical brain. Tap into that feeling. These VCs got to tap into the emotions. All right, the good news is that you can often figure this out as you go. Founders and product builders are guided by intuition of what they want to see in the world. Intuition might guide you towards a solid product, even if the initial story is a bit messy. This is true, guys. Intuition. This is one of the founders' superpowers. If you got good intuition, and I believe, I talked about this the other day, but I believe that intuition, even though you can't perfectly articulate what that gut feeling is, what your intuition, your gut is pulling you towards, is because your conscious mind, your logical mind can only juggle so many things at once. Can only juggle so many things at once, and you might only be paying attention to the logical pieces in one direction that you verbalize, but your unconscious, your gut feeling, your intuition, somehow taking in exponentially more data points and weighing them in its own way, and then giving you that intuition. Some people have that intuition, and it's very, it seems to be surprisingly very accurate. But founders that are very good can kind of dig into that and figure out, why is this the gut feeling? You know, why is your intuition pulling you this way? And then try and identify those data points. But either way, I digress. The product builders, the founders, are guided by intuition of what they want to see in the world. Intuition might guide you towards a solid product, even if the initial story is a bit messy. And as you understand your customers' real world use case, plus how your own customers describe your product, it can get easier to compress all the ideas, observations, mistakes into a simpler expression of the idea. And that is clarity of storytelling. Great post. I'm glad that that was forwarded over to us. So now, guys, we've got 20 minutes until our next call, until our next CTO interview. A lot can happen in 20 minutes, guys. A lot can happen. For example, we can respond to this email from Stripe in way less than 20 minutes. And you know what? I think that that's what we're going to do, because I don't want to let this fall off the radar. I think it would be cool too to guys, this idea came from our stream the other day, actually. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to just go simple. I just attached a screenshot from Stripe. Realistically, our goal is to get on a call with them and go through things, but also, you know, we can answer a question, do whatever, but please write the best response to this woman from Stripe. And yeah, we can include a calendar link for her as well. I've included that below. We'll include a calendar link. We want to give her the ability to book a call with us. Just keep it streamlined, you know. Guys, Stefan asked a great question. I will reveal his question. If you are watching on Twitch, you'd be able to see his questions in real time. But because you're not on Twitch, you're watching a replay, you're watching a shortened clip, if there is one. You don't get to see it live. I see it live. I will read his question after I respond to Marcella here. So copy and paste. Let me read this, make sure it makes sense. Let's see. Yep, that's what I wanted to say. Yep, that covers it. I love how it just covers it exactly how I'm thinking it, but it does it really well. Okay. So guys, we're gonna speak with the product team at Stripe, of course. We're just responding to some customer inquiries. All right. I am also, let's see here. All right. Stefan's asked a couple questions. We'll answer these questions before we get back to it. So his first question, what does a blind dude dream of? It's actually, Stefan, how did you think of this question? This is a great question. To be honest, toss it in the chat. Whatever you think the answer to this question is, I don't know. I will give my best attempt at answering this question, and then we will ask and compare my answer to ChatGPT's answer and to your answers in the chat. But I think I just don't know much about how blind people perceive the world. I guess it's much more, I mean, their other senses, I assume, are much more powerful. That's like the one thing I know. But in terms of the actual experience, I'm very, very curious. We're going to ask. I'm going to be too curious the rest of the day if I don't know. Could you please give a breakdown of what the experience of life is like for people who lack sight or are blind? And yes, like let's fully understand this. I'm very curious. I know, guys, I know that we've kind of drifted off topic here. This is unrelated to company building, but I am very, very curious. Sensory world without sight. Sound becomes primary. Touch is amplified. Smell and taste play larger roles. Kinesthetic memory grows. Ah, this is actually very interesting. I guess it makes sense, but yes. Spatial awareness without vision. Blind people often build mental maps from sound, touch, and memory. Much like how you could walk through your home in the dark, the mind assembles a 3D structure that is accurate even without images. Language is scaffolding. Words carry more of the load. Description, storytelling, and internal narration often play a greater role in structuring reality. With limited pattern recognition, with limited visual noise, auditory and contextual patterns may be picked up more quickly. Loss versus wholeness. Some who lose sight later in life describe grief, while those blind from birth often don't experience loss. Instead, their baseline is rich, non-visual normality. This is very interesting. Intimacy through voice and presence. So emotional connection often flows through vocal tone, touch, and shared presence rather than visual cues. I can hear you smile is a common truth. I feel like you can also kind of do that, even for those with sight. You know, you can hear a smile over a call. One of the actually things that they say a lot in sales is people don't like to buy when they're unhappy, you know, so you want to be in a good mood if you're selling. Social experience. Independence versus stigma. Daily tasks, cooking, commuting, shopping can be done independently with tools like screen readers, guide dogs, or navigation apps, but social barriers remain over helplessness, underestimation, and outright exclusion. Ooh, technology as equalizer. Screen readers like JAWS or VoiceOver, refreshable braille displays, and AI-powered navigation tools have radically expanded access to information, jobs, and creativity. I didn't even know that there was refresh braille displays. Oh, the dreaming. Guys, let's see. Okay, what does seeing mean? Some blind individuals describe vision differently, not literal sight, but vivid multisensory imagination. People blind from birth often dream in sound, texture, and emotion. Those who lose sight may still see in dreams for decades. So interesting. Okay, I'm glad we took 2 minutes or however long we did to dive into this. This is very interesting. Okay, we're gonna delete that now. All right, guys. We have got 10 minutes before this next interview. So we're gonna keep following up with some people. I can send her Tuesday at 10 a.m. Okay. We just got invited to doing a podcast. Let's see here. Okay. All right, we're gonna respond to Joaquin. He sent us some messages, so we'll keep it rolling. Sounds good, man. Awesome. Yeah, well, in that case, whenever the posts go out, maybe we repost. Do you think you'd be able to just do the repost through MyWorker? And then, or it's up to you. If you think that would be good, we could do it that way, or we could approach it a different way. I guess we'll discuss it next time. Oh, and on the topic of her contact, and that sounds great, man. I really appreciate you passing along the number, and yeah, if you need anything else, feel free to hit me up anytime, of course. Okay, 2 more interviews. Let's go. 2 more interviews. Then we're hitting the gym at 5. If there are any questions that you think I should ask in the interview, feel free to hit them in the chat, you know? Toss them out there. What is that emoji, Stefan? All right, the alarm just went off. You know, we'll hop in early. Damn. My buddy just raised 5 mil in seed funding. Good for him, man. I love seeing people win. That's great. Good for him. Good for him. All right. Here we go. Oh no, I hope my camera doesn't die while I'm on this call. That would be tragic. Ooh, I should. I'm gonna get a charger real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, how you doing, William?
I'm doing great.
Do people call you William or Bill?
I feel like throughout my life I've had many nicknames, but most call me Will or William.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
either one works. What about you?
Well, it's a simple name, Ajit.
All right,
Four
Ajit,
letters.
Ajit it is. Very nice. And Ajit, where are you calling in from?
I'm on the West Coast in Silicon Valley.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, I am in LA at the moment. Very excited for Tech Week to make my way out there for SF Tech Week.
Cool. But otherwise, where are you located?
Most of the year I am in LA, so in Santa Monica in particular. Uh, are you familiar with the area?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I moved out about 2 years ago, and yeah, it's been nice. I grew up on the East Coast, so originally from there. Are you originally from the West Coast?
Well, I was born and brought up in India, but then I've been, in Silicon Valley for ages.
Okay. Sounds
So,
good. Well, to, I guess, set the framework for the call, I was thinking that the way we've been running it is there's just like a number, like very conversational, but a number of like just questions to run through. And then I also want to leave room for questions for you to ask me as well. And so that's just the general structure. That sounds good to you, then we can dive into it.
sounds good. Maybe you can tell me a little bit more about, the company and where it is in the journey, how it came to be, what's this all about, and then we can go from there, I think.
Okay, yeah, I'd be happy to. So for the background, I've been a tech entrepreneur founder for the past 10 years. But in terms of, I guess, AI and MyWorker, company started in February of 2024.
Mhm.
But leading up to that, I'd started a Bitcoin mining company back in 2018. And so that business grew. And at the end of the day, Bitcoin mining is data centers. So we've got facilities, the US, Norway, Paraguay. And
Mhm.
when I was making the transition, we had an amazing COO. He had 9-figure sales targets, publicly traded solar company. And I'd worked with him for a number of years before we made the transition to make him the CEO. It's like one
Mhm.
of those things that it's like if you got LeBron on the team or like the right people, you want to put the right people in the right seats. And so I made the transition into the president role. And at the time, it seemed all the progress that you had in AI, particularly the unique insight was how much better the models got with more compute. So that
Mhm.
eventually led me to trying to build in the space. The idea for MyWorker was born out of customer conversations. At the end of every customer call, it's like, would you pay for it? What would you
Right.
make you pay for it? What would make you tell your friends about it? And everyone cared about sales. Like, how is this going to be a revenue driver for the business? And eventually we decided to focus on this use case of AI and sales and what an AI native product unlocks. And it turned into an AI sales team as a service for founders that are at product market fit, 1 million plus in revenue. And the reason why we focused there was because uh, if you're a founder that has that, you don't have millions of dollars for a whole enterprise sales team, but simultaneously, you don't want to cap your growth by spending all your time stitching together 5 different sales tools. And so, having lived that problem and seen many other founders live that exact same problem and a pain point that they're willing to pay for, we built MyWorker. And the current iteration is only on email side, and there's a lot to dive into there, but I think that gives you a good idea
Mhm.
of where we're at. Uh, yeah.
And how big is the company right now, and how big is the engineering team?
So far, we are in just the engineering side alone, outside of marketing, everything else. We have he's our interim CTO at the moment. He's going to be moving to an advisor role, and we've got 3 people helping on the development side, but it's all just one-off. They were working in a larger capacity previously, but now it's like as we need things that come up, we take care of those things, like if there's any bugs or anything like that. But they're like contractor, not full time.
So is the software in like maintenance mode already? I mean, it's like a new company, so.
Yeah, right now it's in maintenance mode. We've got 14 paying customers. Or actually, we made another sale today, so 15 paying customers, and yeah, they're paying anywhere from $99 to $4.99 a month per 1,000 leads, and we're now at the point where the business is kind of drinking from there's too much work to be done. And so we've been starting to get some inbound from investors. We have a lot of backlog of potential customers that we need to try and go and actually run through sales process and get across the finish line. And so we've got all these signs of pull in product market fit, and now trying to lay the right foundation, basically find the right leaders, internal CEOs and generals to hold and maintain accountability for different aspects of the business. And then that'll free up some of my time to be able to go and focus on some of these much larger leverage accretive ways to build the business, like going and raising some more financing and then being able to spend more time focused on building outside the business rather than in the weeds with every little piece now.
Okay, that's great. So is it like self-funded or bootstrapped at this moment, or did you raise any funding at all?
Yeah, initially we raised from strategic angels, so 150K initially external. Total capitalization into the business is 650, and that's been put in by myself and a family member who also was an early investor in my last business.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
And the intention as well is as that business grows, we want to put more money personally into this business as it grows, as well as try and raise more capital. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. The full MyWorker story. It's like almost like 2 years. It's like, how do you do 2 years in 2 minutes? Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to get some basics out there.
Yeah, of course. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. Those were great questions, and yeah, very excited to dive in with you and hear more about I guess how did you first hear about the role and what interested you in the company?
Yeah, I think I came across the listing, and one thing that attracted me was there's a lot of activity happening because of the advancements in Gen AI. And I think this role also talked about, using or leveraging voice AI, which is something that I've been working on for the last five plus years. Initially, when I came to this company, this company was still about 10, 12 people. So there's just 2 engineers. So almost the same size as yours. But it had received some seed funding from Khosla Ventures. So I used to work on another, KV company. So they tapped me to come here, then build out the organization, build out the team, and also bring the product to market. But you actually, you do have a product that is already out there and then making some revenue. When I joined here, we had a demo product that showcased the underlying technology, and the underlying technology was to use a short sample of people's voice. And based on that, assess their mental health, especially for anxiety and depression. And that analysis, was to be done by our proprietary ML models. So both language model, LLMs, and also the acoustic model. It's like, what you say and how you say it. So that was the state. We had, some preliminary models. They were also not production grade yet, but they're kind of working. And there was a small, there was an app, iOS and Android app that our research partners were using, just to see if this thing actually works. So after doing some validation, it looked like this idea is good, and also the models in that had been built. Actually, it works. So we started over there, and then obviously I had to work with the product team and the marketing team, also some of the prospective partners or customers, that how should we expose this technology to the end user, which are like either patients or soon to be patients. So that's how we started, and obviously I had to build out the team and the roadmap, the infrastructure, a lot of technology decisions, all of those things. So some time went into that, but eventually we were able to create I would say a pretty good product that was used by, or that is still used by some of our largest healthcare companies in the US, and they're like the United Healthcare kind of company, Blue Cross Blue Shields, Kaiser Permanente, Humana, these big guys, SCA. The product worked, clinically the product worked very well, but commercially it was not a successful product. And looking back, I can see some early indications that the product was actually built out of people's passion, and I got into that as well, because I was very passionate about this particular vertical and utilizing technology to make a difference. But we had not really followed any of those lean principles to do some kind of validation, take it out of the market, see if this is what the market really needs, and whether people are willing to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, we did a lot of technology development, and we raised a lot of money as well. We raised about $35-40 million, Series A prime, seed funding. So all of those, and then the product didn't work out. So last year, we were at a crossroads, whether to continue building that, where we were having some trouble actually even raising new funds, because the old, people were still giving a little bit of fund to keep it all alive, but the idea was to start thinking afresh. Mm-hmm. and looking at the experience that we have gained with voice, building our own LLM, the latest advancements in Gen AI, and our expertise in building health tech. So how do we put it together and come up with something that may be more acceptable to the market? So basically, after a lot of discussion, we started building a voice-to-voice conversational AI agent, and that is still for the healthcare industry, but more for the care management and the case management vertical. So this is for taking care of patients who are suffering from chronic illnesses, or they have recently, or they're going for some kind of surgical intervention, or they're coming out of that. So that is our core focus. But after spending five and a half years, this is like a new startup altogether. So I thought I should take a little break, maybe look somewhere else and go with new energy. So that's what brought me here. And previously, you may have seen my profile. Obviously, I have done a bunch of work in some work in AI/ML even before this company, but also a lot of work in data and cloud. I hold several patents. I was head of data infrastructure at Twitter, and also managed the initial cloud computing environment at Adobe, and started my career at Akamai. It's a CDN, CDN company. So a lot of, I would say, experience in building large scale systems and large scale platform, plus also working with innovative products using AI/ML, bringing it to the market and making it successful.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that story. And it seems like you've been on, I don't even know the best way to say it, but like this very interesting winding journey that's brought you to many different types of organizations, different sizes. You've seen companies in different life stages, from those very like the earlier all the way through, some of the very large tech companies. Is there a particular, I guess, reason why you're interested in maybe, because I mean, at MyWorker, we're very early. It seems like a lot of the work you've done has been also at a lot of companies that maybe have some like more infrastructure in place. I'm curious, like what's attracted you to MyWorker, and what makes you want to take the plunge, I guess, at this type of stage rather than a later stage.
Yeah, when I look at my own journey, I kind of divide it in two parts. The first part was probably building my own foundation and learning, and that's where I worked at larger companies where it's like easier to learn because there are already people who have done that. You can learn from the masters. You can also contribute, and there's like a lot more stability there. So that's what I did for first half, you can say. And after spending a lot of time building technology, I was looking for a place where I could build something that is more meaningful, and I can see the impact. I wanted to see the impact of what I build more directly, solving some problem that I can see and then relate to. And that's what brought me to the startups last 7-8 years. And healthcare, it happened to be at that time I also had a very good offer from PayPal actually. But I thought instead of going to one more large company, let me take a plunge and go and start building something more innovative. So I took a detour, learned a lot about healthcare, learned a lot about healthcare technology, and this was also the right time to start nibbling at the advancements in AI ML, because even 7-8 years ago, I mean, people were still just coming up with AI ideas. It wasn't like how it is now for last 2.5 years, because there were not many tools and not many support infrastructure, and you had to build a lot of things yourself. So when I joined the company before that, HealthTap, one of the first AI projects for us was to build a symptom triage system. The symptom triage it was more like a chatbot, not a voice-based. It was more like text-based chatbot. But it came out of our realization that when people start their healthcare journey, they at least at that time, they started out with a Google search. If you're not feeling well, or somebody you love is not feeling well, first thing you do is go to Google search and try to understand what may be happening, what's in the underlying condition, things like that. Now Google search, as can provide some information, but you can't take it for granted. It's not personalized. And if you don't use it properly, it can actually make do some harm rather than good. So we started thinking, how can we make a more, I would say, meaningful and a better search engine, if you want to call that. So that was the genesis of that idea behind the symptom triage, that people would come, they would start asking questions, and then the chatbot will ask more questions, that when did it start, what's the severity, what other conditions do you have, trying to personalize before making any or providing any information that is, I would say, more applicable to that individual for those circumstances. So we built this whole system around classical AI at that time. The deep learning was still kind of coming up. I mean, people are building some CNN and RNN based systems, but we had a very good model for Bayesian network. So we built our first version was built on top of the Bayesian network. It worked pretty well up to a certain extent. It's still much better than the Google search. And in the first year of existence, I mean, that tool, it did almost like 500,000 conversations with patients, and our NPS score was like 70 to 80%. It's like very, very high. So
Yeah.
people were, finding it, very useful. And our other product line was actually, let me know if I'm going into too much detail.
Oh no, I like it. Yeah, I'm listening for sure.
Because our other product line was a telehealth, service. So this tool that we built, and the tool's name was Dr. AI. So Dr. AI, if you thought that, this person can benefit from a telehealth, then it would also, recommend that, hey, go and then can we, book an appointment with, so it has like, two ways. One, it was obviously available for free for people to interact, get to know, get to learn, more about their condition and feel good about it, or, make some decision. It was also like a, you can call it like a funnel. If you, think in terms of business, it was also a funnel for our other product line. So I would say, both were successful, and the company, pivoted, after I left. So right now, they have, these two as the main focus. They have focused mostly on the telehealth and still using Dr. AI. Now Dr. AI is powered by a variant of OpenAI, because we had a lot of data, and the team, it just fine-tuned an OpenAI model, and that's what is, powering, that system. But that's how I started, and I started liking that, the thing that we built. You could see that it made a difference in lives of half a million people. So that was very encouraging.
Yeah.
And as part of that, I saw that there are a lot of people who came there, and they were asking questions that were related to mental health, and we did not have that expertise as part of our internal data collection, or the company's focus also was not mental health. So when the opportunity came at Ellipsis Health, and I could see that a lot of people need that kind of help, I thought, yeah, you know what, I can use my experience and build something to help that part of the population. So that's where I am. But at the same time, I feel that, having a good idea and a good motivation to build is definitely a good thing. Having a good mission obviously invigorates you. But for a business to succeed, there are a lot other ingredients that go into that. So and that's where I started looking at this. Obviously, I had read about lean methodology and things like that. But I started joining those dots. I said, why this company did not work out. It had good technology, good people, good funding too, and some real good major wins. Getting into United Healthcare is not easy, and we won that that client, but still it was not successful. And then I figured that having a product market fit and some work that goes into that, to proving that is not just passion is good, but passion alone doesn't make it successful.
Yeah.
So I saw what you are building is using the first principles of business, I would say. That just like the the way you said, you built the first version of the product just to probably test the market. And having a dozen customers, that means there is an appetite, and there is something in your offering that proves the basic assumptions. So now you come back and then start building the real product.
Yeah.
And that's where I thought that, hey, you know what, my experience building 0 to 1 products that were marginally successful, to product that is having better day. I think this experience will help make somebody successful.
Yeah. Well, thank you for diving into all that. And I think that there's so much nuance there to everything that you mentioned, because going through, at the end of the day, there's the experience that gives you all of those nuanced perspectives in these different areas. And you hit it right on the head where, it's the way I look at it is almost like 2 buckets. You've got like pre-product market fit and then post-product market fit. And a lot of people at least in the entrepreneur community, I'll see them talking a lot about, hey, you do this, then you build a product, then you do that. And in my view, it's almost been like, what are the best hypotheses you can run cheaply and efficiently to test product market fit, and all the dollars going into, okay, how do you achieve product market fit? And then you kind of hit that next phase. And I feel like we're right at this point where we've gotten a lot of customer validation. I see it directly because I'm speaking to the customers, and it's very easy to sell the software compared to how I've seen a lot of startups in the past, and like kind of pushing a boulder uphill versus letting it roll downhill. And it actually leads into another question that I'd love to ask you is, in terms of where it's almost like a clean slate in terms of how we can build the foundation, the infrastructure of the company. And we've got these two major milestones of, setting the culture, the foundation, and then bringing in the capital and building something that can scale. It's very open-ended, and take it in any way that you would like. But how would you begin to think about, coming into and shaping an organization that's as early as we are? If like in this case, taking on one of those like basically founder level, leadership level roles.
No, that's a good question. I will answer it in multiple parts. First part is the technical part. Now that you have gained some perspective into what the customer needs, what doesn't need, what they don't need, and sometimes they don't realize what they need, and you have to tell them that, hey, what is what you need. So having that flexibility, I mean, even though you have, you said 14, 15 customers, I would say still early days, because these are like probably, small customers. Once you get into the real, big picture, the landscape changes. I mean, we had a dozen customers, smaller customers, and they were like happy, giving us, tens of thousands of dollars and maybe, $50,000 a year, $100,000 a year. It's good money, but, that doesn't pay the bill. You have to start, thinking that what's the next batch of, customers that you want to go to, because that's what will give you the acceleration. In order to do that, on the technical side, you need to build a platform, or I just call it a platform because it needs to be modular with a good architecture, that is flexible, but at the same time allows you to not overbuild, because that's one of the key learnings that and the key difference I see between a successful startup and somebody who just got stuck into building. I mean, you can always take time and build the perfect product, but then the train has already left. So where I and the way I work, and it has been quite successful even over here, that come up with a really good architecture, and based on my experience, I mean, I can definitely do that. And see where do you want to put your energy, so bringing something like flexible framework, but putting the energy at the right places, but some choices have to be made correctly. And one of the choices that were made in the current place was using a NoSQL database. I'm getting a little bit more technical here, where all of the data that was being stored was actually relational in nature. So it's like a really, really bad match. And for a very long time, we just could not, get out of that. So, making the right, technology choices early in the journey, I think that is a very important part. Creating a modular architecture where each module can independently, develop, so that, you know where to put energy. And if something doesn't work out, it should be easy to rip out, one module and then replace that with something else.
Mm-hmm.
So that is on the technical side. I would also say having a platform powering the application is very, very important, instead of building one monolithic application. Because you don't know the application that you are building today. It may be successful with first dozen or 2 dozen customers, but it may not make you successful for the next 4 dozen customers. And those have they have like varied needs, and I mean, those customers are going to be very different from your early customers. So building a solid platform and building a product on top of that, I think that is going to be very, very critical. I mean, whether I come here or whoever comes, that is going to be very critical. So that is on the technology side. On the people side, obviously, I like starting small with a team of ninjas. That's what I say, where people can wear different hats all the time. So not too many specialists, maybe one or two specialists, but mostly generalists, so that people can work together, and then that's what bring the velocity. Because if you start bringing too many specialists, then they may or may not have enough work for that particular specialization. So having generalists means you can do faster product iteration. You can ship out like maybe every other day, every couple of days, and eventually settle into some kind of routine, maybe like a weekly scrum, maybe 2-week scrum, something like that, or maybe 2-week scrum, but ship every week. Because scrum itself is like a heavy process, even though it is agile. There's still overhead.
Yeah. So
having the right team and the right size team is very, very important. And third, I would say is and that's more the cultural part, is that having the visibility into the entire pipeline, so that engineering not only builds what the product is saying, but also sees the whole picture all the way, and having ability to actually interact directly with the customer. In the early days, I think that's very important, because I saw over here that when that was not being done, a lot of things were broken. We would build something that the product wanted, it would go to the market, and customer said, no, this is not what I want.
Yeah.
So I started inserting myself in that loop. I started talking directly to the customer. And many times, we will start brainstorming that, hey, what, this is the feature that you want, but actually this is the problem that you want to solve, and we can solve it in a different way. And many times, they agreed that, hey, what, this is a better solution. And also, talking directly to the customer, I found, especially in healthcare, it may be true in your case as well, because you're working more with the sales team and the marketing team. But in healthcare, the teams that we talked about, they may have the budget to get new technology and integrate, but they may not have the people to do the integration. They may have access to some IT people, but not everybody had software developers on their team. And initially, even when I built the system, my experience had been more with the tech companies, where we would expose a well-designed REST API, and we would expect that the other side can take from there and then build it. And we did the same thing over here. I worked with one large company. I won't tell you which one. It's like a electronics company. They also have a healthcare division. Very, very large public company. I started working with them. I realized that, hey, these guys can't even use our REST API. So they're like one person, and I had to train that person on how to use it. And that's when I realized that just having the REST API does not create a good product. We have to think outside of the box, think about the customer, that what kind of resources they may have, and how do we integrate. So then the next iteration that we built, which was on top of the REST API, but the next iteration was like a more easily integratable system. And similarly, I see, for you, how do people use it? You build one solution, it's not going to obviously fit everywhere. Now, it needs to be customizable. Maybe programmable, maybe have a solution engineer that can customize it. But you need to keep that in mind, that the people who will be using, everybody will come with their own unique use cases and unique workflow. Workflow is very, very important. And so how do you build a product that can cater to all of this without too much work.
Mhm.
Otherwise, every new customer becomes like, a bespoke, product line for yourself. And that doesn't, scale.
Yeah.
This is also a lesson from, if you read about Salesforce and how Salesforce used to be, became very, very successful. And then they realized that, every new customer is like a cost center for us. So they went back to the drawing board, and then they, rebuilt, the entire architecture to be everything is like, programmable and flexible and configurable. So I think that is where, the third part, comes in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good architecture, good selection about the technology, having the right sized, team with the right kind of, obviously, attitude has to be there, but the right kind of the skill set, a more, diverse skill set, and then working very closely with the market, not just our internal teams, but with the market to actually create, this whole ecosystem. I think that's how companies can become really successful.
Absolutely. And actually, as you were describing it, I can tell you're a very good communicator as well, being able to take these different concepts that might be either go over people's heads or just, be harder to keep engaging. You do a really good job of communicating it. So I think that tying it to kind of my view, I talked a little bit about the product market fit side, but I think that in a world where you have this improving intelligence in AI, the curve of cost curve of intelligence going down, but the curve of potential going up. I think that distribution becomes more and more important. Being able to connect with and learn from the customer and the market, being able to communicate with the market, and then just having a direct line to be able to put out content and those feedback loops, I think becomes very important. So it's great that you can communicate some of these ideas very, very well. I also just want to be to bring it up in terms of time. I know we went a little over. I have a hard stop at the hour mark, so we've got 8 minutes. I want to, if there are any questions, final questions you want to ask, feel free to pass them along. I could also give you just a quick overview of how we're running the process and kind of what that looks like, if that would be helpful as well with the last few minutes.
Let's start there. The one question that I generally ask is, what's your ideal candidate, for this role?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that it's hard to package into like one statement. And I think that, a lot of the different areas come down to communication, leadership, problem solving, resilience, a lot of the things that you would expect in a top tier founder. And that actually dovetails well into kind of how we're running the process, because with the process, it's such an important decision. We don't want to like force it or rush it, but simultaneously it's very high priority to get figured out. So the way that we're running it is we shortlisted top candidates like yourself to conversations here. And following this, I would like to continue the conversation with you. You're one of 2 people today that we're going to try and continue the conversation with. And the way that looks is I'll pass along my number on WhatsApp so we can communicate. And I really think that one of the most important things that you see with companies that make it and become very successful is not just great communication among customers, stakeholders, the market, all of that, but just back and forth communication. Like, what is it actually like to be able to just like stay on top of things day to day, not necessarily doing work directly for the company, but really what it's like for our communication, getting you to really understand the business, if that makes sense. So just, I think that the way that it'll work is more like I'll be able to have you drink from the hose in terms of like, okay, you're going to get fully up to date with like, okay, like built on Azure, microservice architecture. We're using these APIs. Like this is the customer journey. I'll hook you up with premium and you can see what it's like and kind of explore it and just see what that process is like for you to like really get caught up to speed in how the working relationship is. Simultaneously in that process, just having some conversations in terms of understanding, okay, setting expectations, alignment. Like there's so many things to cover that couldn't begin to cover in a 30-minute call, but do it and cover all those things in a what is like a working type of relationship type of fashion, and letting that evolve over time. It's trying to compress that into a very short time frame, of course. Our goal that I've set out is like, hey, we'd like to know who we're going to be moving forward with in 3 weeks. But with that said, that's how the process looks. And it's not like, hey, there's going to be 2 more interviews and then this. It's more of like this is our goal. This is how we're looking at running the process. And fully just with everything, complete transparency on my end I want to give to you. So I think that's also important as well. So that's how I'm looking at it. And of course, if you have any questions on that before we wrap up here on this call, I'd love to answer them.
In terms of the Gen AI based solutions, there are a few other companies doing something similar. I think 11x is one of them. They are into sales sales domain, I would say, and I'm sure that there are a few others. Decagon is also trying to do a few things like that, maybe also in customer care. Who do you think your competitors are, and why do you think you can be better than them?
Yeah, I think differentiation is probably the most important thing for any startup company to really understand. So I would put them in 3 different buckets right now, right? You've got the startups that are rolling out AI workflows or some AI features in sales. And there are a ton of them, ton of AI sales tools. And I think that pretty much every single one of these companies is going to become obsolete or be disrupted and not needed after a couple future iterations of the new large language models. Then I think you've got the second bucket, which has some of the companies that you mentioned. I'm not sure about Decagon as much, but like an 11x, for example. This bucket is what we can call the AI native approach bucket. It's the companies that find a way to execute and deliver for a particular ICP and are differentiated, have an AI native approach where every time the infrastructure around gets better, these companies get way better. It's like you're a rising tide that lifts all ships, and you're able to nail the use case or the service that you're trying to do for that particular ideal customer profile. I think that a lot of those companies are going to fall into a couple buckets under AI native. They're going to be ones that get acquired, ones that try and go very big, and others that just become very sustainable businesses. But those are the ones that I believe have staying power. They get better with the new launches. And I think that MyWorker falls into one of those for sure. And then the final bucket is the incumbents, the people that are trying to stay on top of the market, the sales forces and others who don't want to lose too much market share and are going to go, and you're already seeing it, make strategic bets on the up and comers and then eventually look to acquire them later on. And the way Salesforce is doing it, like one of our advisors, we ended up speaking with them pretty early on, but they're trying to go more vertical, pick winners once they're at like 5 million revenue, whatever it might be. And so in terms of the position where we stand, I think we're very clear in terms of like our ICP differentiated from, an 11x or an Artisan or one of those, but also just bringing a different vision to the market. I think that, some of these competitors are painting for shock factor and marketing, attention grabbing, understandably so, stop hiring humans or something that is a more dystopian future. Whereas I view it differently. I think that you have a technological shift that is far more powerful than the internet. And I don't say that lightly. And it's going to transform the way that you can build companies and how society functions. And I think that the role that MyWorker can play can be a massive role. I think that you're going to see a huge rise of solopreneurs, businesses, people who can build products and want to get in touch with their customers. And I think that MyWorker can be riding not only the mega trend of AI, but the mega trend that you're going to see in terms of the creative capacity of small creators and small businesses. I think we've got a compelling value prop for them. So we're still at the very early stage. We're still laying the foundation, but long-winded answer to the differentiation question, or the piece that's like, okay, what makes it not just another AI sales tool?
Yeah, sounds good. Obviously, future is therefore up for grabs.
Yeah.
So,
And, we're taking big swings. I mean, it definitely is approaching it differently, taking the risk of being truly like building a content machine, building in public, like all of these things. I think that we're already seeing a lot of data points push it in a great direction. And yeah, I truly 100% believe that we're going to do it and we're going to make it happen. It's going to be a difficult path. It's going to be a bumpy journey, but all the building blocks are there, and it just comes down to making it happen.
Sounds great.
All right, amazing, man. So in terms of next steps, as we wrap it up there, if you could just shoot me over an email with your WhatsApp number or something, and then we can start having close communication through there. We'll cover a lot more, but really, really enjoyed meeting you, and love your energy, communication, background, expertise, knowledge, everything. So I'm really excited to see where this can go and continue the conversation.
Yeah, great speaking with you, Will.
All right, amazing, man. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All righty. Jumping into the final interview of the day. Hello, hello.
Hi. Hi, William.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, and thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely, yeah. I will say that this is the last call of the day for me, the last interview of the day. So I hope I don't seem too tired. Had a lot of meetings back to back all day.
No problem. No problem at all.
Yeah. Where are you calling in from today?
I'm currently in Vancouver, Canada.
Ah, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
One of my very good friends and actually customers is based out of Vancouver, and he always tells me that I got to make it out there, but I haven't been yet, unfortunately.
It's nice. It's a lot of nature. If you like nature, it's good. It's just a beautiful city. I'm in between Seattle and Vancouver.
Ah, okay. Nice. My girlfriend, her family's from the Seattle area. Her parents met at Microsoft, actually, and then she was living out there, but recently just moved in with me in Los Angeles.
Oh, so you're in Los Angeles?
Yeah. I am in particular, the Santa Monica area.
Nice. That's very beautiful out there.
I've been liking it. Yeah, it's been very fun. I spent a lot of my life on the East Coast, and I'd always kind of envisioned wanting to come to LA at some point. So made that happen a couple years ago.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, LA is great. I haven't been to LA in just many years, but it's great.
You should come down sometime. I know that Tech Week's coming up, so I'm going to be making a trip out to San Francisco and then back to LA for Tech Week. But yeah, I guess in terms of just setting the agenda for the call and kind of how the conversations have been going, I would love to leave time at the end to answer any questions that you might have as well about the company and basically feel free to ask anything. And then we can keep it very conversational. I've got just some questions that I'd love to run through with you as well. But if that sounds good, we can run with that agenda. If there's anything else that you want to touch on, happy to also bring that up or add it as well.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, awesome, man. Well, the question I'm very, very curious to kick off with is, how you first not just heard about MyWorker, but what interested you in learning more and hopping on the call.
Yes, absolutely. So a bit of my background. I've been in tech for a long time in various roles. I work for small companies, large companies. But the past couple of years, I've been an entrepreneur. I have tested like 5 business ideas, from e-commerce to software as a service to AI automation, and now back to AI/software as a service.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the ideas that I have explored is, of course, how to grow businesses using AI, right? So don't sell the technology, sell the result. And the result is how to grow businesses. And actually, at the beginning of the year, I've started kind of my own company in AI. It's like just me, but it's still a company and still an idea. And the thing that I have explored is sales agents, AI sales agents that call people, qualify people, just make that an autopilot, right? And when I saw the message from your company, MyWorker.ai, that's doing something that it's very similar to what I was exploring from the beginning of the year, I thought to give it a shot and try to learn more and see.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. So I guess what drew you to that idea in the first place on the sales agent side? Was it something in the past that you like, I guess what was the unique insight that really made you want to pursue it even ahead of seeing the job offering?
This position specifically, or
just in general, you mentioned that
general.
you had been looking at it. I'm like, what captured you about like diving in ahead of time?
Sure. As an entrepreneur, so as a business, I always like, so all the businesses, they have one of the biggest problem of every businesses is how to bring clients in or customers in. That's probably the number one, because many people have a product or service, but bringing clients in consistently, it's a major problem. That's for businesses, right? I would say, as a business, if you have a product that you can fulfill, then fulfillment is not the problem. The problem is bringing customers in.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I wanted to learn more about that space, because if I know how to do that, any business I would ever do, and if I have that as a system that works for my businesses, I can sell it for other businesses because everyone would be interested. Yeah, so in the business growth problem space, lead generation, lead qualification are very important problems.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of, I guess, trying to understand how you go about solving like those types of problems, you understand probably better than almost anyone that building a company, like there are ups, there are downs, there are fires to put out, things like that. I'd love to kind of hear a story or an example of a time where, you've been in one of those oh shit moments where things are kind of uncertain or things are going difficult, and how you handled that situation and kind of like what the decision-making process was.
Maybe I have not tried hard enough, but I don't have like a good story with just like when there was a very difficult time and just like I navigated that. Yeah, so I don't.
Just things are always working out.
No, I mean, I don't have a story prepared. I have to jog my mind a little bit. I just don't want to produce something just for the sake of just giving an answer. So that's the only thing. I would have to squeeze a little bit and just jog my memory about an event, but I don't have one ready. That's just that I can provide.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Well, in terms of, I guess, questions that you have for me in terms of about the business or anything else, are there any questions that you wanted to ask?
There's a lot of questions. Of course. But I feel like 10 minutes was very little time to get to know me and get to know each other. And like, I don't think necessarily that my questions are important at this point, because I don't think there's like I'm not sure if I can just like if it's a fit, right, for you, and just like based on the conversation. So I just don't want to pretend that I can just ask questions and like I'm past that stage in my career.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Because I have a lot of questions, but I just don't want to I don't want to ask them on the surface, so it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess we can wrap up here if you'd like to do that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, thank you, man. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
And you too.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. I have a little bit of a headache at the moment, so that we will end that there. Let's see. All righty. We are getting a bunch of messages here. All right, guys. So today was a good day, busy day of a lot of calls. We got to go through the news, went through, I don't know how many interviews we did. Yeah, quite a few interviews. Got some intros. I think what we're gonna do, just because I'm gonna grab some food ahead of this workout here, is we're gonna wrap it up here. But like in all streams, we'll give a little roundup. So for those of you guys who it was your first time tuning in, I hope you had a great time. On this stream, we're building companies live. Those two companies, MyWorker AI and SAS Mining. Today was definitely a more focused day on MyWorker. We're trying to find the internal CEO / general of the technology side of the product to help basically grow and take us through this next massive stage of growth. That was the focus for today. We had a lot of calls. We have two guys that I'm very excited about that I'm going to be continuing the conversation with on WhatsApp. And then in terms of tomorrow, we have two more. Yeah, in terms of tomorrow, we got two more CTO interviews. We have customer call. We have a podcast conversation with an angel. We've got a lot of things going on tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be amazing. I'm super pumped. A lot of things that we're going to be working on, following up off stream later tonight. It's going to need to be able to get dialed in, but that's a high level on the stream. And for those of you guys who are still here, then definitely subscribe, because you're our people. If you're here, listening in, co-working, whatever it is, hopefully learning and participating. And I would just want to say that I'm very grateful for all you guys that stick around, that build with us. There's a lot more coming down the pipeline. It's going to be absolutely amazing. But with that, we'll wrap it up here. Make sure you subscribe, make sure you follow. And until tomorrow, we're going to hop on probably earlier than the stated 11 a.m. Pacific. So we'll probably hop on at around like 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. And with that, I will catch you guys tomorrow.